Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. If I could have you take your seats. We're continuing to work on the audiovisual here tonight. One change that is not quite fixed is the TV for council will not be working, but one improvement is that the screen behind me should be showing a better HD type projection picture. And beyond that, we've got the sound tuned up even a little better, so hopefully that'll be working for everyone. Good evening, citizens, council, and staff. I call the City Council meeting to order. And it is for Tuesday, June 7th, 2016, 6:30 p.m. It's a regular meeting. Clerk Hefner, please call the roll.
Mayor Beckman?
Here.
Pro Tem Brinkman?
Here.
Councilmember Cernanik?
Present.
Councilmember Clark? Councilmember Cole?
Present.
Councilmember Hopping?
Here.
Councilmember Valdez?
Present.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have an agenda and it's been posted. Do I have any changes to the agenda? That brings us to item number 4 on the agenda, which is public comment. We do 2 public comments for those of you that are new to council. The intent is that those folks on the public comment number 1, the first one, get a chance to address issues that are coming up very quickly on the agenda, and you'll look and you'll see that we have some consent agenda items and we have a business item. And then consent agenda number 2 gives you an opportunity after the meeting's done to make a comment if you choose to. I have a green sign-up list, and I have folks' names on it. I'll be sure and call these, and if somebody has failed to sign, I'll try to make sure we acknowledge you and get you to speak. Public comment is an opportunity for anyone to express opinions or ask questions that are not part of the public hearings. There will be 2 opportunities for public comment at the beginning of the meeting regarding the consent agenda and general business items, and later in the meeting before council reports. An immediate response should not be expected. Anyone who would like to speak during either public comment session, please sign on the green first public comment or the green second public comment sheet located at the table at the entrance at the rear of the council chamber. We expect comments to be civil. Disrespectful behavior will not be tolerated. We have a 3-minute time limit, and I'll begin to go down the list. I now have a second sign up and a third sign up. Matthew Rourke. Sir, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Matt Rourke, and I'm an attorney at Fairfield & Woods, and I represent Zocalo Community Development, Zocalo Construction, and Prinzoke Development. I'm here to comment on ID matter number 16-114, more commonly known to everybody in the room as the Grove. The why I'm here is specifically as counsel for my clients and to advise the City Council that if they move forward with the pending motion to withdraw the SDP and the building permit, that the result of that action will be a filing of a lawsuit for a civil injunction. And I don't mention that lightly. We are prepared. We have prepared all the paperwork, and I believe a letter has been sent through the city attorney's office to all of you sitting at the dais today. And specifically, we have outlined in that letter why we believe the city council is not empowered to instruct the city staff to withdraw anything. My client has a vested right in the SDP under Colorado law. The building permit has been issued. My client has moved forward with construction. So under a number of theories that were outlined in the letter, any conduct by the city council to try and withdraw those vested rights would be what we call ultra-virus or beyond the scope of the city council. Specifically, most importantly, is the fact that it violates the city's own charter, and we've outlined that in the letter. You add to that principles of equitable estoppel, some constitutional right claims that we've outlined, and I think it's fairly clear that the ability of the City Council to halt this project, that ship has sailed, so to speak. I also wish to point out that with respect to this project, we're not just talking about my clients as developers, but we're talking about some significant lenders from out of state that have funded the project, that are fully prepared to bring this action. We are prepared to file it tomorrow, in fact, if the vote moves forward. And I would caution the City Council to really take that in consideration before voting on the proposed motion. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to consult with the city attorney, who we believe probably shares the same insights. I doubt you'll find a lawyer in the room that would counsel otherwise. These are vested rights we're talking about. I guess at the end of the day, from an individual perspective, as a litigator and a real estate attorney, I'm very concerned about what sort of message this pending motion.
Sir, you're running out of time, so if you could wrap it up. Thank you. Next speaker is Isabel Lopez. Isabel Lopez. Okay. She'll be in the back of the room. She has a mic back there. Well, can you wait just a moment, because that mic is not working correctly and it won't go through. Sorry for the inconvenience. No, not yet, not yet. While we're sitting, what I'll be doing is I'll be calling a second name to be on deck, meaning that you're the next person that's going to speak after the current person, so we can keep it moving. So please listen for your name when your time comes.
Sorry, I tested it earlier and it worked.
Got a different mic coming in.
Thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name is Isabel Lopez, and I live on Bemis Street across from the proposed Grove development. I liken the role of the City Council to that of trustees. Robert Greenleaf says the most important qualification for trustees should be that they care for the institution, which means that they care for all of the people the institution touches, and that they are determined to make their caring count. When I heard the opponents of the recreational marijuana speak at the last council meeting, what I heard was a cry for the defense of their quality of life in Littleton. I do not hear that cry as a different cry than that of the opponents of the Grove. It is a cry for the quality of life in Littleton. When the Grove was approved with all of its faults, exceptions, and exemptions to existing codes, it was approved without citizen input. And so here we are today. Others have spoken eloquently about all of those flaws. I speak to the issue of being as concerned for the voice of the citizens as for the voice of the developer. One knows that there will be development, but is this the wise, smart, and appropriate development that would stand this city in good stead? Unless you do not value the quaint, friendly, best small city reputation of this town, the answer has to be no. Surely we can be more creative in our development planning. If it is a dollars issue, the recreational marijuana could have also been the answer. Or for the least, we should know that the city will follow the guidelines and codes that are in place without exception. I also have a high desire for the valuing of the nature of the city. It seems that the Grove is designed for a high-density urban downtown area. It would be better suited for Denver. Even the one person that spoke in defense of this development at the last meeting spoke for the need of single-family housing for young families. This is not the Grove. I ask the council to not reward the actions that shut the citizen voices out, that approved a flawed project with an unfriendly design, and that now make excuses. We must be able to trust that you have the neighborhoods and Littleton's best interest at heart. I realize that this is a hard decision at this late stage. I hope for the ethical choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Can I ask that we don't clap, because not all speakers will be ones you agree with, and they'll receive some applause, and then the ones you agree with receive applause, and it becomes kind of a distraction to the situation. I think it's better for all the speakers if they can come up to the podium and speak without worrying about whether they're going to get the applause, so I appreciate that. Carol Brisiak, you are the next speaker, and Paul Bingham, you are on deck.
I'm Carol Brisiak. I live in the 4th District. Council, it may surprise you, but I'm not here to ask for your support for the motion currently being considered on the Grove. I'm here to ask you to allow the Board of Adjustment to hear the appeal, as it should have been granted last September when the appeal was filed with the city. Our charter and the Colorado Revised Statutes have provided a mechanism for hearing disputes between the staff and citizens. To have the same individual who approved the Grove then deny the appeal of her approval robbed the citizens of their right to due process. I am providing copies of relevant sections of the city charter and the Colorado Revised Statutes that I hope you will refer to as needed. If you do avail yourself of the documents, you will see that the charter includes provisions for the Board of Adjustment as required by the law that states, the governing body shall provide for the appointment of a Board of Adjustment. The statute states that the Board of Adjustment shall hear and decide appeals from and review any order, requirement, decision, or determination made by any administrative official charged with the enforcement of any ordinance pursuant to zoning. The Board of Adjustment can reverse a decision or a determination of any administrative official. The Board of Adjustment's decision is subject to the review by the District Court. Council, citizens have the right to appeal. Unfortunately, we cannot appeal to you for relief. We have to appeal to the Board of Adjustment. However, our right to appeal has been wrongly denied. The process outlined in the state law and our city code for requesting an appeal was followed. Once the appeal application was filed, the process on the city side was not followed. State law required Ms. Mills to notify the Board of Adjustment of the appeal and, quote, shall at once transmit to the Board of Adjustment all the papers constituting the record upon which the action taken from, shall at once transmit to the Board of Adjustment all the papers constituting the record upon which the action appealed from was taken, unquote. Please correct the wrong, dismiss the lawsuit, and direct the officer to provide the Board of Adjustment with all the papers constituting the record of the Grove, along with the original application for appeal. If there was a rigorous process in approving the Grove, one has to wonder why there's been such a concerted effort to thwart the citizens' right to due process. Please direct the city attorney to stop defending the lawsuit brought by the citizens against the city and direct the city manager to do what it takes to allow the appeal to be heard by the Board of Adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. The next speaker will be Paul Bingham, and on deck is Frank Atwood. This microphone's working.
Good evening, Council.
Just a minute, Paul, because we're not getting it up yet onto the screen, and he's working on it up there in the booth. Seems like it's a little different dimension than it was previously, so Paul, I can't.
Could I have my 30 seconds
You certainly
back,
can.
please, Mr. Mayor?
You're going to have to turn it around. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start the clock now again, if we could, please. Thank you.
Okay, Paul Bingham, 236 West Delaware Circle. Good evening, Council. I'm sorry that you folks are in this serious predicament, and I think you all understand that you are in a serious predicament, subject to an ongoing lawsuit by your citizens, a bunch of whom are here, and threatened with a $30 million lawsuit from a developer. Apparently, he's also here. You've allowed yourselves to be dragged into this mess by the city's community development staff and city manager, and not paying attention to your citizens' comments and complaints. We citizens spent a lot of time in this pit explaining to you why this project is not qualified for use by right. We were trying to keep this from happening. We've been ignored. We've been ignored for months. Zoning violation should prevent this from qualifying for use by right without a hearing, and the subdivision exemption on which it was also based is wrong. More about both of those later. I have emailed each of you yesterday and on previous occasions details of our complaints. This document plus another one. There's a lot of these copies floating around. The page that I'm showing there has 17 items, some major and some minor, that are nonconformances. I stood on this space 10 months ago and asked City Manager Penny for the regularly provided staff report on how they decided to approve use by right. I didn't get anything. A month later, I stood here and asked City Manager Penny again. Got nothing again. Then the staff convinced you folks on council that it was use by right with no hearing, and the wall went up. Council stonewalled us for months. On the day I met the new community development director, Jocelyn Mills, I handed her and Andrea Minima, planning manager, a 14-page copy of our concerns, hoping to discuss them. We never heard a word back. It was this document that I gave to them. Never any comment. So we initiated a lawsuit against the city asking this project be sent to the Board of Adjustment. If the Groves proposal had been thoroughly, robustly at set reviews as stated, it would be no problem to send it to the Board of Adjustment, satisfy us citizens who are objecting. This is costing us citizens a lot of money. The largest error in judgment by the community development director and the city manager then occurred, the issuance of a building permit despite the ongoing lawsuit against them. The following speakers will detail some of the Grove's worst nonconformances with the zoning ordinances.
Paul, you're out of time.
Please direct the city attorney to stop defending the lawsuit brought by the citizens and direct the city manager to do what it takes to allow the appeal to be heard by the Board of Adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Frank Atwood is speaking, and Pam Chadbourne is on deck.
Good evening, Council. Frank Atwood, 7094 South Castilla Street. I'm currently talking about this, let's see if I can, yes. On the notes, it says parcel not a part. Parcel C not a part. Does that pique your curiosity? It does mine. On Grove Site Plan Development Plan, which is in front of you, page 2 of 21, lower center, what does not a part mean? If the parcel is not a part of the project, why is it on the drawing? Is this a vanishing fire lane? Fire lanes are not permitted in residential 3 zoning. Again, I do apologize that I need the obvious explained to me. In August 2015, the city manager said he would produce a report with an analysis of how all applicable code paragraphs were addressed in the Grove Development Plan. That report should have addressed my question, B2 uses on an R3 lot. When that report was not produced, I came to council in September to ask them to direct the city manager to produce the report he had already promised to produce. It is now June 2016, 10 months later, and his report still does not address at all the question I asked. How can an R3 zoned lot be used for a B2 project? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Pam Chadburn to speak, and Don Bruns is on deck.
And council, I apologize. So my computer is dying, and today it rapidly degraded. And I want you to imagine I've got a computer with the body in the display. I'm holding 2 boxes of frozen food on it, so it will cool down. And then I had to switch them out because it can't print, and I'm putting more boxes of frozen food on it to try and get a few pages out. So please imagine that. I think it's funny. It's all I can do. So I apologize, but I'm here to talk about residential use in B2 district violates city code. And maybe my computer's trying to tell me that this is something for the Board of Adjustment to hear. This is not for you. It's not for us. It's for the Board of Adjustment. The state set it up that way, and we're a city that benefits from that. And you can help this get to the Board of Adjustment, so please do.
Thank you, Pam. Don Bruns to speak.
Well, I still have more
I'm
stuff,
sorry.
sorry.
I thought you were wrapping it up.
So same ask, please direct the city attorney to stop defending the lawsuit that was brought by the citizens against the Grove approval. It costs us a lot of money, it costs the city, and the time delay is extraordinarily expensive, and the risk to us, but also to developers, is great. Not just the current developer, but all developers, because this kind of uncertainty is very bad, as was pointed out. And then please direct the city manager to do what it takes to allow the appeal of the Grove to get to the Board of Adjustment. Personally, by the way, I would love it if you approved the motion that is under consideration tonight. It's ID 16114, I think. But I'm not sure you can, and so I think you can do these things. Please do. I do have a few more, so. I stumbled stuff from what I had. You've seen this chart before. I don't know if you can zoom in on it, but the point is that and it's part of our zoning table. Residential is here, and you can see, and these are residential uses. Business is here, and notice for multifamily residences of 4 or more, there's a big blank. This isn't permitted. It's not even PDO. It's blank, and it's blank for apartments too. And there is one exception for 50%, not more than 50% residential, but that's hinges on parking. I've said this before. If I'm a resident and I walk to a parking lot and park my car and get it, it's residential use, and that's an amenity of the business, and it's provided to the residences. From the point of view of the city, it's a land use that's residential. It is maybe taxed by the county, but that's irrelevant to land use, and anybody will tell you that.
Now we are out of time, Pam. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Pam.
Can we get the screen turned on down here, please?
No, it's not working. It's not working. They're renovating it, and they didn't get that
Okay.
far. No.
Dang.
Don Bruns is speaking, and Carol Fay is on deck.
Then neck rub later. Yeah.
You certainly can.
Oh, yeah, I could do the.
Looks like you might need to adjust it a little bit.
All right, let me adjust that.
Yeah.
Don Bruns, District 4. Of the 189,562 square foot area lying within the Grove project site, Section 10-4-1C of Littleton City Code requires that 20% be set aside for open space, and further that 50% of that open space, 18,956 square feet, be reserved for, quote, unobstructed open space that shall be evenly distributed along adjacent public rights of way. There is 395 feet of adjacent public right-of-way along Littleton Boulevard and 390 feet along Bemis Street, totaling 785. Dividing the required 18,956 square foot public right-of-way set aside by the total 785 foot right-of-way length yields a required 24-foot wide strip of unobstructed open space setback adjoining both streets. However, the plan of development approved by the city fails to meet this requirement in two significant ways. First, and the first image shows this, the open space table on page 8 of a June 2nd memo from Littleton's Community Development Director to the city manager includes 8,897 square foot of railroad right-of-way in its calculations. Section 1-3-1 of the city code defines right-of-way as, quote, the privilege of immediate use of the roadway or other property. And the city's subdivision exemption map clearly marks the railroad right-of-way as private. It therefore cannot be counted as part of the required open space right-of-way set aside. Secondly, the Grove development map shows that structures approved by the city extend well into the 24-foot open space corridor required for both Littleton Boulevard and Bemis Street. The green strip of paper and the leaves on top illustrate, it's scaled graphically to illustrate the degree to which that encroachment fails to comply with city code. Besides these code infractions, it is difficult to imagine a more stark contrast with the pleasing aesthetics of the historic courthouse directly north and residences directly east. The Grove's modernistic 5-story vertical wall is about as in-your-face as it gets, tantamount to a drill sergeant barking obscenities into a private's face only inches away. Even with the required 24-foot wide right-of-way open space set aside, approved Grove structures still violate neighborhood character. Their flat geometric shapes and imposing building volume sharply contrast and overbalance surrounding architecture, eliminating the possibility of greenery substantial enough to soften the harsh impact. Although fault for this indiscretion appears to lie with the city manager, council can still make a difference. I hope you will allow the city attorney to stop defending the current lawsuit, the one brought by the citizens, and order the city manager to allow the appeal to be heard by the Board of Adjustment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don.
You can breathe now.
Very good, Don.
Did that FedEx commercial?
Carol Fay is the speaker, and Patrick Fitzgerald is on deck.
I am Carol Fay. I live in Oak Brook. I want to talk about Bemis Street. Bemis Street is on the far right side of the drawing there. The only vehicle entrance to the Grove is Bemis Street. Code for B2 zoning says that this street is to be 44 feet wide. Bemis Street is only 35.5 feet wide at its widest, and it narrows down to 29 feet. That's as it is right now, and that's a 15-foot shortfall. That's almost a combination of 2 delivery trucks short of it. But there is nothing in the plan to widen the street. Jocelyn Mills, on page 3 of her memo last week to Michael Penny, states that arterial street access is necessary. Yet she says on page 15 of the same memo that Bemis Street is designated only as a local street. Moving trucks are big. Imagine what happens when moving vans try to deliver the furniture for 160 apartments. UPS trucks are big. Imagine what happens when they try to make daily deliveries to both residents and businesses. Picture the street damage that will be done by hundreds of delivery trucks on that little Bemis Street that was built for light residential use. There are reasons for zoning code. Bad things can happen when code is not followed. That's one of the big reasons that we have it. Please, direct the city attorney to stop defending the lawsuit brought by the citizens, and direct the city manager to do what it takes to allow the appeal to be heard by the Board of Adjustment. Thanks.
Thank you, Carol. Patrick Fitzgerald is the speaker, and Marty Brziak is on deck.
I'm Patrick Fitzgerald, 759 East Phillips. Throughout the process of applications to the city and in presentations to council, the Grove proposed to be placed upon lots zoned B2 and R3 has been characterized as a commercial development in compliance with those zone classifications. It has been characterized by the developer applicant as a commercial development which has less than 50% residential space. However, it has been revealed in the title page of the developer's final drainage report, which you will be provided a copy of, that the developer considers this to be, quote, the Grove Apartments. Another speaker this evening will demonstrate that the Grove is, in fact, a residential project by a supermajority judging of the floor space. It is a residential project not allowed within B2 zoning, nor in R3 zoning, to which has been appended a small proportion of commercial and retail space as window dressing. An attached page is the reference document showing the developer's clear characterization of the Grove as an apartment project, incompatible with zoning, incompatible with the neighborhood, and incompatible with the character of Littleton Boulevard corridor. Council, I ask you please direct the city attorney to stop defending the lawsuit brought by the citizens and direct the city manager to do what it takes to allow the appeal to be heard by the Board of Adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Marty Brziak is the speaker, and Lou Sullivan is on deck.
Good evening, Council. My name is Marty Brziak. I live in the 4th District. I'm here to talk about the subdivision exemption. Was it appropriate to use the subdivision exemption code, which provides a landowner the ability to divide a large parcel into not more than 2 parcels? In other words, a landowner can divide a single parcel into 2 parcels, providing the other requirements of the subdivision exemption policy are met. In Michael Penny's own words, quote, "The Grove project was a combining of parcels and did not result in a division of land into more than 2 lots," unquote. Even if the subdivision exemption was used properly, there are points of contentions with two of the requirements. First, the applicant must show evidence that adequate sewer and water facilities exist to serve the subject lots. The subdivision exemption code uses the word lots, plural, not lot, singular. Secondly, according to Michael Penny, quote, the applicant did provide such evidence, unquote. The staff contends that this requirement is requesting confirmation that both water and sewer services will be provided. But the requirement is not asking if the two utilities will serve the project. The requirement is asking if the existing facilities will provide adequate service to the subject lots, plural. That means, do the pipes, valves, et cetera, exist to provide adequate service? A city employee even asked, quote, are we backing off this requirement, unquote, in his review of the unresolved issues of the Grove? Here's a handout. I'll give it to you later. Lastly, as it pertains to water, the evidence is a will serve letter that was provided by Denver Water for the Broadstone rezoning. If the rezoning had been granted, then the adequate facilities question would have been answered through the platting process. Since the subdivision exemption is not a rezoning and avoids the platting process, the requirements for adequate services goes beyond the will serve letter. Are the existing facilities to serve the lots, plural, or do they have to be increased to manage new capacity requirements? There's obviously not enough time to express all of my concerns tonight, so please direct the city attorney to stop defending the lawsuit brought by the citizens and direct the city manager to do what it takes to allow the appeal to be heard by the Board of Adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Lou Sullivan is the speaker, and Robin Schwartzbacher is the person on deck.
Lou Sullivan, District 1. And a little of a side. First, on the sign of the ordinance change, I find it very sad that you need to change an ordinance to cover something that you've already approved. And I hope this doesn't take away all the billboards that make our historic downtown unique. And now to the Grove. We bought our home in 1980. So I am very invested in the outcome of this project. Even then, that was a luxury for us, but we love the small town atmosphere. That is about to change. The Grove will greatly affect the traffic flow on our block and change the quality of life we've known for decades. I know you cannot give me an answer tonight, so I've given you my email address because I really need to know the answer to a question. Who is responsible for allowing this plan to be approved? A plan that is almost identical to the Broadstone that was voted down by council because of zoning violations. A plan that has now been approved of by using broad interpretations of zoning codes and a sub-addition exemption and a disregard for the neighborhood plan, so that the public was not allowed for input. The staff has said this is a use by right. If they're that confident, why did they deny the Board of Adjustment to hear the appeal? It seems a conflict of interest that the person who signed off on the plan also denied us that privilege. I know you'll not vote to revoke the plan or building permit tonight because of threatened lawsuits. But I put this before you. What if the court in September finds in favor of us citizens? And then, what if the Board of Adjustment agrees with us that there are numerous violations. I can tell you what I think. The Grove will be already 2/3 built, and because more threatened lawsuits, they will probably be granted zoning variances after the fact. Even if we citizens, win the appeal, I lose. Littleton will be changed forever. I think Littleton loses. There are so many things seriously wrong with this process in so many areas. That's why, even though I think this might be a hopeless cause, I'm concerned about the precedent this sets. So I'm pledging another $1,000 to Advocates for Littleton to continue the fight. I encourage any others out there to pledge what they can too.
Thank you, Lou. You're out of time.
Please direct the city attorney to stop defending the,
Thank you, Lou.
and the same as everybody else has said tonight.
Robin Schwartzbacher is the speaker, and Cal Murab is on deck.
Good evening, Council. Robin Schwartzbacher, District 3. I'm here to discuss the Grove Apartments. As you've heard from a previous speaker, according to the Colorado Revised Statutes in our City Code, the Board of Adjustments shall hear appeals. It's part of the due process that allows citizens amongst others, to challenge decision. Unfortunately, this process was not followed with the Grove, as the citizens who requested a hearing were denied, hence the present lawsuit against the city. The following presenters then spoke to several potential code violations that have been observed. This list included the potential R3 violation, upon which only a single-family home is allowed, the potential limited residential uses violation, the potential open space violation, the potential Bemis Street width violation, and the potential subdivision exemption violation. These are all very serious issues. Finally, there was a comparison to the Broadstone, a very similar project to the Grove that was rejected by the council after a public hearing. Due to the similarities between Broadstone and the Grove, it has been noted that perhaps denying the citizens a public hearing was not accidental, for fear it too would be rejected. We are not encouraging the yes vote for the motion on hand. There's a different course, a course that is right and reasonable thing to do. Please direct the city attorney to stop defending the current lawsuit brought by the citizens, and direct the city manager to do what it takes to allow the appeal to be heard by the Board of Adjustments. The court will not hear this case until September 1st, and it's unknown how long it will take for the decision. There are many stakeholders at risk in our current situation. The liability for the residents of Littleton and the city go up exponentially the longer the answer is unknown. Plus, it is not fair to the developer to be left wondering what will happen. What does the city have to lose to allow the Board of Adjustments to do their duty? Quite frankly, it is a win-win for all the stakeholders to simply allow the board to decide if the code violations have occurred or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Cal Murab is the speaker, and Pat Donahue is on deck.
Good evening. Cal Murab, 6323 South Santa Fe Drive. Members of City Council Littleton, fellow citizens, I want to strongly state that if the city pulls a permit already granted for the Grove project, this act would be criminal. If not by law, at least by the standard of business practices. Let's not move backward. Let's not be bullied, manipulated, intimidated, or threatened by special interest group. When the majority of the Littleton citizen, business owners, property owners, and city officials supported this project, do we want a no-growth town or philosophy stagnated by unpopular opinions, or do we want the city with a vital, living heartbeat supporting growth and development to pass on to the new generations? I supported the city council members and all city personnel who put so much time and expertise into the approval of the building site and the development of the Grove. 100%. On September 3rd, 2015, the site application was approved and ground was broken. Historically, I have been a long-time proponent of high-density development in the city of Littleton. The growth and tax base for the city depends on it. We're talking retail, arts, entertainment, and residential development. Our vision has been historical with the startup of new businesses, the development of calendar of events and celebration taking place on our streets. We saw that South Suburban opened its doors to meet the recreation needs for our community. Some of us remember the Olympic torch coming through Main Street. That was a great honor for us. Some of us also remember the late and the current citizen of our city members and all their work to create the historic district that has been a vision for a long time by a lot of city members. Ultimately, this depression of the railroad grant came and the light rail made a grand entrance into the city. Unfortunately, the commuters come in and stop and leave. They do not support the city. We need the high-density residences as proposed to be a vital part of the city. We need the parking, we need the business development, we need the tax base. Important decision will be made concerning this project. Decision made tonight could affect the future long-term growth of Littleton. Please consider these points. What does the city owe the owners of the land acquired of this project? Where does the developer stand who has already gotten the project approved by the city and pulled the permit? And how much financial investment does he have in the project? We currently have several parks and walking trails.
Cal, we're out of time. You're out of time, sir. Thank you. Pat Donahue is speaking, and Sudi Floyd is on deck.
Evening. I first want to request, I don't get here much, so I need like 10 or 15 minutes. I don't complain much.
Can you pull the mic
say
up?
much. I don't show up much. But I want to, you talk about expansion, you talk about growth, you talk about change. Nobody's dealt with that more than me, as you guys know, at South Park. We just recently went through you guys allowing an apartment building to build 4 or 5 stories tall, city did, you guys, whatever, in front of Rocky Mountain Harley and Grand Prix Imports and No Nose Cafe. Did anybody show up? Did anybody complain? Did anybody say we're moving out of the city, we don't like it? No one. We just keep banging away. And city management needs your support so that we can keep growing and keep this city going the way that it is. I like the way things are going. I personally think this is an improvement project over what you had. Those 2 ratty sheriff's buildings, maybe the Sunshine Group or family, whatever they call themselves, maybe they think those sheriff's buildings, the Steve Anderson was an improvement, but there's no possible way you guys can think that. It's not an improvement. That place was terrible. It needed to be bulldozed. It needs to be rebuilt, just like what we're doing out in South Park. I need you guys to work with the city and be more in parity to support me in helping me get where I need to go in South Park. I got national distributing all over me because you guys focus on this project. Every time I come here, I walk out of here because all it's about is downtown Littleton. Every single time. It's Main Street and the Bemis homes. I'm sick of it. I don't care about that. There's other parts to this city that you, city council, got to pay attention to, and management as well, both. And you guys are fighting against each other. It's just crazy. And all this negative crap about Michael Penny is ridiculous. He has supported South Park, helped us get where we need to go. Denise Stevens has helped me. I urge you to be respectful to everybody at your side of the table that you can, and do the right thing here. Take care of your own, be smart, respect the whole city, and don't listen and put so much time on the agenda here for the Bemis Group and downtown Littleton.
Thank you, Pat. Please. Sudi Floyd is speaking, and either Jarrett Neal or Neil Jarrett, I'm not sure which, is on deck.
Good evening. I'm Sudie Floyd, and I have a business down here in downtown Littleton. And my reason for signing the little green sheet tonight was to ask that you all approve and be for the ordinance to amend the city code for the merchant blades. You approved this project, I don't know how long ago. It's taken forever to get done. The things are in where they're supposed to be on the sidewalks, and apparently our code is not right, so the merchants' names cannot go in the slots. So I would hope that we would move forward, get that approved so that people know what kind of businesses are down here and where to go. We seem to have focused right on Main Street, and now that we've made some headway, those are going to be empty until this moves forward, which I understand could be 2 more months. So that was my main focus. Since I have a couple more minutes, I had no idea the Grove thing was being up tonight, but I too would like to ask you to support the developer. As the person before me, we need to keep moving ahead. We can't stay back in the 60s. We need to bring young people here, and we need to have a little bit of everything. We need a little bit of the old, the middle, and the young. And if we don't have a combination of the high density and of the single-family home and of businesses, large and small, we will die. And we're on our way there. I have lived here my whole entire life, since I was 5, I guess, which is over 50 years. And I would like to see Littleton move ahead. I would like to see them survive. I would like for the businesses to be able to make money. And if we don't help them by letting some more development go, the businesses won't survive. They'll keep turning and leaving, coming and going. And I agree, I think we need to support some of the other stuff outside of this Main Street. So I still have a minute, but I'm going to let you go. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Nell Jarrett? I'm sorry. There you go. Hi, Nell is the speaker, and David Schwann is on deck.
Hi, my name is Nell Jarrett, and I actually live in Highlands Ranch, but I previously lived in Littleton for 11 years. I love the historic downtown Littleton area. It has a unique feel that you can't find anywhere else in the southern metro area. I frequently go to the shops and eat at the restaurants, and I always bring out-of-town guests whenever they're in town to show off downtown Littleton because it is such a unique place. There's plenty of places within the city limits of Littleton to be able to grow and add new development, but because downtown is such a unique old feel, this kind of a project just doesn't seem appropriate for that kind of a neighborhood. The Grove project just flat out doesn't fit within the existing neighborhood and would cause downtown Littleton to lose its charm. 8 or 9 years ago, when the Walmart was being proposed on Santa Fe, I was very involved in the fight against that because I didn't want to have that right next door to my house, as a lot of these people don't want to have this huge site right across the street from their house. We had a lot of meetings just like this where we were fighting and fighting and fighting to get people to understand our point of view and hear us, and City Council didn't want to hear us, and so we took it to a vote of the citizens. And what I'm hearing in this room right now is I don't think the citizens are supporting this as much as it sounds like the city manager is supporting this. And so I would just, ask if this were to go to a vote of the citizens, I'm really curious as to how that vote would actually turn out. Thank you.
Thank you. David Schwann is the speaker, and John Watson is on deck.
Good evening, Council. I'm Dave Schwann, live in Oak Brook, District 3. Tonight, Littleton finds itself between a rock and a hard place. The path to arrive at this predicament is truly sad. You've been misled. The citizens have been misled deliberately. Granting the Grove as right to use against zoning violations, not following the law on subdivision exemptions, and ignoring state law regarding the Board of Adjustment. A lawsuit was brought against the city, and the staff doubled down, issuing the building permit and increased your liability. Council and staff have stonewalled the citizens. And some of you have lost the respect of many citizens because of that. It's truly sad that staff misled you. Hoping the mess will go away hasn't worked and won't work now. In a recent council meeting, there were a few words about council being the adult supervision. Now's the time to step up and be that adult supervision. Do the right and honorable thing. Allow the law to be followed. Let the Board of Adjustment do its thing. And finally, conduct a thorough investigation to determine who planned, who directed, and who carried out this deliberate set of misdeeds. Thank you.
Thank you. John Watson is the speaker, and Deborah Gallegos is the person on deck.
Thank you, council, staff, and fellow taxpayers. John Watson, District 4. I'm here not to talk about the Grove as a project, since I'm not that familiar with it. Parties that have spoken to you before are intimately more familiar with it, the setbacks and the subdivision exemptions than I am. But I am very concerned about the process. The process that was taken in this particular case was one in which the Board of Appeals, Board of Adjustment was not consulted as far as the law is required by the city ordinances. That's my concern. Every time the city undertakes to ignore the citizens, we have troubles. It's happened before with the apartments in our area. It's happened with urban renewal. And it certainly happened in this case, where we try to cram a project with its violations of the zoning laws into a subdivision exemption so that we don't have to talk to the people. That's not going to work. The people are going to talk to you if you don't talk to them beforehand. And you could have saved, through the city staff, a lot of time and trouble for the council if we would just gone through the Board of Adjustment to decide whether or not the zoning violations could be cured. But instead, we're here. And it won't go away after tonight, no matter what the decision is, because just like in the project that I had to deal with, at Overlook, Outlook, Estates at Platte Canyon, the name du jour of the project, we're still dealing with the same violations. It encroaches on the sidewalk, traffic is huge. We're going to have the same issues here with this project, and they aren't going to go away no matter what your decision or no matter what the developer does. And I know Dave Zucker from prior business dealings, and I know he's going to pressure the city staff, and I know he's going to threaten the city council before I saw that he had, before they showed up tonight. That's the way they do business. But it's not going to go away. There's a bus accident with a car out there as we're driving to the meeting tonight. There's absolutely no considerations for traffic or signalization on this project. There were none in ours. Nobody listened to the citizens. So we're dealing with it now, 2 years later on our project, and we're going to deal with this one for a lifetime if we don't resolve it now. And we resolve it by getting the public input, going to the Board of Adjustment, getting the adjustments made, the zoning violations cured. For a developer to say they're threatening you with litigation because they had no idea, I guess they couldn't read the litigation, didn't know there were subdivision violations at the time they went through their process, that's not going to beat the test of law. So I'm asking you to consider this ordinance more properly couched as a referral to the Board of Adjustment, because that's what needs to take place. The public input needs to happen far better before the fact than after the fact, because that's when we'll have even greater problems, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. The next speaker is Deborah Gallegos. On deck is Francis Pearson.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Deborah Gallegos, and I have lived on Bemis Street for over 25 years. I am quite glad to see downtown Littleton thriving, and I echo the sentiments of many citizens who've spoken before me. Evidently, this is a little too high. When I decided to move to this neighborhood and raise my family, it was due in part to its historic charm. I thought the zoning was clear, and I knew that even if some changes were made around us, changes would have to conform to the existing zoning, including the vision of the Littleton Boulevard corridor guidelines requiring new structures to complement the adjacent single-family dwellings, ensuring that its historic nature remained intact. Until recently, it appeared that city government agreed. restoring the beautiful old courthouse at the end of our street, and boasting about the historic significance of the downtown area on prominent signs as soon as you enter. But now, following the retirement of several key members of city government, everything seems to have changed, and the vision for this area seems to have been lost. City manager and planners have granted several variances and exceptions to accommodate the enormity and lot conglomeration of the Grove development. The feedback from residents has been ignored in this process, and the zoning code is being reinterpreted as broadly as possible. Construction of a new structure and combining of existing lots with mixed zone classifications requires both a comprehensive site development plan and rezoning. Although the site development plan appears on paper to have addressed the impacts to the neighborhood, most items are being approved due to a variance or odd interpretation of the existing codes and ignore the specifics of this particular area. In addition, just because there was no follow-through on the 2002 Littleton Boulevard corridor study and guidelines, and neither the overlay zone nor several terms contained in the guidance document were clearly established, that lack of follow-through by city government does not warrant blatant disregard of the study's intent. Unfortunately, 3 minutes is not enough time to talk about much. In addition to the zoning issues, the subdivision exemption, the building setback, and several other things mentioned by people before me, there's just a few other items of note. The building size. This development is a behemoth. At more than 336,000 square feet, it is larger than anything in the area, exceeding the maximum B2 zone standard and absolutely dwarfing the historic courthouse. This certainly does not complement the existing historical residences, nor does the roof line. The sewer issue mentioned previously is huge. If a 6-inch line was adequate for the old office building, it cannot possibly be adequate for this increased density. I urge you to take this to the Board of Adjustment and please consider my issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Francis Pearson is speaking, and Gloria Shoney is on deck.
Good evening, Council. My name is Francis Pearson. I live at Littleton Station, 1950 West Littleton Boulevard. I would initially urge you to put some kind of a moratorium to allow the court to determine whether due process was followed in this project. I'm not really here to talk about the project per se. My greater concern is that counsel for the developer is attempting to apply coercive pressure on our elected officials. These alleged threats of personal recrimination against council members are a reprehensible abuse of due political process. Fortunately, the recent case of former Governor Rick Perry in Texas sheds some light on the despicable nature of such tactics. Legal counsel David Bosfold successfully argued that the governor was exercising his veto authority as a part of his core duties, and this falls under legislative immunity. And I would urge that the same applies in this case here. This past February, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals agreed and dismissed the abuse of power indictment against the former governor. Okay, this is all in relationship to what's happening here, because I think there are a great number of similarities between that case and what's being threatened here by the developer's attorneys. Elected officials have a sworn duty to exercise their own judgment, free of undue pressure or coercion, in the interest of the common good. I'm sure that any Colorado court would agree with that sentiment, and I urge you to vote your conscience rather than submit to bully tactics. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria is the speaker, and Bob Schwinn is on deck.
Good evening, Council. I'm Gloria Schoen from District 3, and I submit to you that if the developer has proceeded with construction at this site in view of the pending lawsuit against them, they're doing that at their own peril. And also, the discussion as to whether or not we like the Grove or whether it fits with the current ambiance and other buildings and architecture in the area, that's a serious discussion, but it's not, to me, the germane thing that we need to address. We're talking about our codes and whether this conforms with those codes. And if it does conform to B2, which you've heard lots of evidence that people point out specific reasons why it doesn't, then that's one argument against it. But if it does, then it still violates the provisions for the B2 zoning, the open space that must be allocated to it and the streets that serve it. So either way you go, we have some code issues. And the second issue is process. There is an existing process for hearing the citizens' complaints against such issues. And I wish that we had been able to get this appeal to the Board of Adjustments earlier in the process so that we wouldn't be here tonight. And so in conclusion, I ask you, as most have here tonight, to please direct the city attorney to stop defending the public lawsuit and direct the city manager to do what is necessary to get this heard by the Board of Adjustments as our process dictates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob Schwinn is the speaker. Peter Tenaik is the person on deck.
Good evening. My name's Bob Schwinn, and I live at 824 West Fremont Court. I don't know any of this development team, and I don't have any business interest at all. I'm here as a citizen because I've been reading about this, and I'm a little more than a little concerned. I heard about this about 18 or 20 months ago, and last, January or February of 2015, I went into the development office right there across the hall, talked to the planner of the day, asked what was going on. I was given a table, a set of plans. I sat there for probably an hour, hour and a half. Planner of the day came out several times, explained what was going on. Process was completely transparent. She answered all the questions I had directly. I keep hearing a lot of stuff here about R3 and B2 zoning. My understanding when I was reading through these plans was this was a planned development that was approved in 2003, and planned developments write their own rules, so the rules for R3 and B2 would not be consistent with that, and that goes all the way from setbacks to height limitations. I really find tonight's agenda unsettling on several different accounts. One, the legal liability that the city faces if they were to pull this permit is huge. I can't imagine what the permit fees are that have already been collected. I'm sure they're in the hundreds of thousands, and they might even be over $1 million. It just strikes me that this is way too after the fact. I'm very uncomfortable with it. It appears that this is undermining the staff completely. If you follow through and rescind this permit, I think you might as well fire the whole staff because you're giving them a total vote of no confidence. In conclusion, I can't imagine what kind of liability you'd expose yourself to if you were to rescind this permit. And I urge you not to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Tenaik is the speaker. Kispaidatra Demetrius Taylor is the person on deck.
Good evening, Council. My name's Peter Tenaik. I live at 5771 South Spotswood Street, just a couple blocks up from Stern Park, or a couple houses up from Stern Park, and 1 block east of the Grove. I too echo a number of the sentiments that have been already mentioned this evening with regard to the Grove and people's disapproval of the Grove. I'll try to limit my comments to something that hasn't been said, but there's not much. I'm not part of any special interest group. I'm not anti-development, but I am, I guess, part of a group that says, stop wasting my time, stop wasting my money, and do your job group. I completely disagree with the city manager's assessment that this is a use by right, and I disapprove of his decree that it meets that standard. It does not. No matter how many times it's said, no matter how many pages are written in a memo to defend it. It clearly violates zoning laws on a number of fronts, and thank you, Councilman Clark, for bringing to light some of those last week or at your last council meeting. This whole thing was publicly announced that it was approved late on a Friday afternoon before Labor Day last year, and it was done so in a very disingenuous fashion. It was done so people wouldn't know about it. When we did find out about it and asked for an appeal, we were denied that appeal. We were denied due process, and council's inaction on this, whether true or not, gives the impression that you condone the project, that you agree with the use by right designation, and that you support management's unwillingness to grant your constituents an appeal. That's what the Board of Adjustment is for. So here we are. The city has taken $800,000+ for sewer and water taps and issued a building permit to the developer despite the pending lawsuit and exacerbating an already volatile situation that shows nothing but contempt for the citizens of Littleton who have been denied their due process. I won't go into the city codes that expressly allows for this appeal. That's already been addressed. But the Grove continues to move forward at an alarming pace, and every day that goes by, the developer is spending more money and the city liability is growing. We shouldn't have to spend our hard-earned money to file a lawsuit to fight our own city for matters that the city council should be overseeing as a matter of course. Remember, the Broadstone rezoning proposal in 2013 failed for a whole host of legitimate reasons. You voted it down, or the council at the time did.
Sir, your time is up.
I urge you to direct the city attorney to stop defending the lawsuit, and please ask the city manager to do whatever it takes to get this in front of the Board of Adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kissed by Nature Demetrius Taylor, and Barbara Folder is on deck. She may be gone. Kissed by Nature Demetrius Taylor, are you in the room? I don't see her, so let's go to move to Barbara Folder. Are you in the room? And Carl Paulson will be on deck.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak. In November of 2013, Littleton voters approved a citizen initiative that required a 2/3 council majority to allow zoning changes when there are significant neighborhood objections. When the proposal for the Grove came through, the city knew it was a bulky, massive size that everyone would object to. A 2/3 council majority would be unlikely to be achieved for such a controversial plan. Instead of attempting to rezone the project, an alarming precedent was set by the administration to approve the Grove. This project is almost identical to Broadstone, and that it turned down by the council and rezoning in 2013. By wrongfully interpreting that this place was appropriate, that the zoning laws were correct, The council made a decision against all odds. To have someone come in here and call us criminals for wanting the zoning laws to be enforced is outrageous. The 3 to 5 story on 4 acres for the Grove stands across from the iconic the courthouses everyone knows. The maximum former owners and developers of the profit margining of the zoning laws and the neighborhood rights, they could have cared less about what it was going to mean to Bemis, where zoning codes normally require open space, everyone has said it, they're required none. Where you can't have a business in your apartment, now you can with them. They're one exception after another. There is a real loss here. It's not the historic charm, although it will be, but it's the residents throughout the city who've lost trust in the public administration of the government of Littleton. I don't see that we're criminals. I think that there was a serious mistake made and it needs to be fixed. And I have faith in the mayor and this council who were elected by the people of Littleton who trusted them so dearly to come up with a solution. I know, as the ex-wife of a zoning officer, that there are solutions here. This can be fixed. So if I know that, I know you know that, and you know this can be fixed. Don't let them call us criminals, and don't let them threaten us. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Paulson. Carl Paulson is followed by Ken Whitney.
Good evening, Council. I sent an email to all of you. I believe you've all received it. I presume you've all read it. I won't read it. I don't really have anything to add to that other than I wanted you to see another face behind the email and ask that you please try to figure out how we got to where we are today and find out how and correct that so that we're not here again. It sure seems like this is a recurring problem that we ought to be able to address. I think you have the power to do that, I hope. So I echo the sentiments of so many who have eloquently spoke before me, and I ask you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ken Whitney and Betty Harris is on deck.
Good evening. Thanks for hearing everybody. It's been very interesting. I'm glad I came. Mostly I'm concerned about due process here. And it seems to me this right to use is just a way to circumvent the zoning laws and nothing else. And it's a way to circumvent public transparency. And if you want good faith in government, public transparency is paramount. So I can see you guys are in a tough position, but you still need to do the right thing. And it is extremely disturbing to me that when the lawyer came up first, his threatening attitude was disgusting to the citizens, me as a citizen, and I think probably some of the other people. So thank you.
Thank you. Betty Harris is the speaker, and Sherry Chisholm is on deck.
Good evening, Council. I'm Betty Harris. I live in District 2. I believe I have 3 minutes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I wish to illustrate what citizens feel that the majority of council hears when citizens speak. I believe that you would not be in this position had you heard anything besides the following. Enough said.
Thank you, Betty. Sherry Chisholm, you are the next speaker, followed by Jeannie Erickson.
That's kind of a hard act to follow. My name is Sherry Chisholm. I'm in District 3. At one time or another, each of you were out here. And in not so distant future, you will be out here again, standing on the other side of the podium. What I want tonight is for each of you to remember how that felt.
Ms. Chisholm, could you please talk into the microphone? Thank you.
You had expectations of those people you were addressing, and you had hope that they would listen. You had hope that the decisions that were made would be based on facts and laws, and that the laws would apply to everyone equally, and no one person, department, or group would be exempt from those laws. You are all sitting in those chairs for one reason, and one reason only, because the people in your districts felt that you, above anyone else, would listen and lead based on our expectations. Please don't disappoint us. Lead by example. Make sure you have all of the facts and you know the law. But most importantly, listen and hope that the next person that fills your spot will listen to you. What I hear is the people of Littleton want what is due them by the law and want an appeal to be heard by the Board of Adjustment. The question is, will you listen?
Thank you, Sherry. Jeannie Erickson is the next speaker.
Good evening, City Council. Jeannie Erickson, District 1. Zoning codes were put in place to protect citizens and their neighborhoods. When a developer wants to build something that the property is not zoned for, a rezone must take place, giving citizens 2 chances to voice their opinion on whether the rezone of the property is a good idea. These 2 chances to speak are at planning board, public hearing, and then at a city council public hearing. After that, the city council votes on the matter, after hearing from all of the citizens. We would not be in this predicament we are in today regarding the Grove if the rules of rezoning were followed properly by city staff. Broadstone was voted down 2.5 years ago, and citizens came out in droves opposing the project in the historic neighborhood because it was too big and did not match the character of the neighborhood. Citizens got their chance to speak at 2 public hearings. This is what should have happened with the Grove. A nearly exact replica of the project that was turned down 2.5 years ago. How could this now, 2.5 years later, not need a rezone and be deemed a use by right? Twisting and interpreting the code in a way that leaves the citizens out of the process is morally wrong. The citizens of Littleton should not have to sue the city to have their voices heard on what should have been a rezone. The person that approved the use by right should not be the same person that can deny a Board of Adjustment hearing, but that is what happened here. I urge you to allow the case to be heard by the Board of Adjustment as it should have been in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kent Bagley, followed by Nathan Martin.
Mayor and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kent Bagley. I live in District 3. And you've heard a tremendous amount tonight. What I wanted to do is indicate that, let's be clear, the issue is whether the council will revoke the permit tonight. That's the issue before you. All this other stuff is superfluous stuff from the past. Mayor and members of the City Council, this decision on the part of the council puts the city in a very precarious position. It also includes the council members jointly and individually, every single one of you, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. Having been the community development director for the second largest city in the metro area for a period of about 3 years, I've seen this before. That's Aurora. That was back in the 1980s. This can have an absolutely devastating effect on the city for a long period of time, to revoke a building permit that has been issued. I have read the letter that was prepared by Fairfield and Woods and contacted a very reputable land use attorney that I've worked with for a long period of time in my business, because my business has been urban planning and commercial real estate development. Before I read the letter from Fairfield and Woods that I received, I thought that this really puts the council and the city in real jeopardy, in a position of having to explain how are they going to revoke a permit. And when I talked to my real estate attorney that I've worked with, he issued to me very similar comments that have come from this letter that you've seen, which is 3 pages from Fairfield and Woods. I urge you to not uphold the original motion, to void the permits, and move forward and allow this project to complete itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. The next speaker is Nathan Martin.
Hello, Council. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Nathan Martin, and I live in District 2. I moved here with my family about 4 years ago for this thriving community. And for the future growth, I saw an opportunity in this community. I think this development could be a great opportunity for this community to serve a need that's badly needed as far as housing goes. I believe that revoking a permit sets a bad standard going forward for business and develop in this community as far as growth goes. I think it is important also to protect individual property rights. And I think it's also a great location for the density that you're providing in this area, as it's really close to light rail, and I take that light rail every day. I may not agree with a good amount of people in this room here tonight, but I know several people that are closer to my life stage with having 2 kids that could not make it tonight that are in favor of this development. And I support the Grove moving forward. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. That completes everybody I have signed up. If someone came in late and didn't get their name on here, here's a chance. Again, we have 2 opportunities to speak. This is the opportunity to speak regarding the business that's coming up for the council. Seeing no one, or I have one person, can you identify yourself, please?
Jessica Elizade. Just as a formality, I want to enter into the record the letter dated May 25th, 2016, to City Attorney Kristen Children that's been referenced during the hearing.
Thank you. It's 8 o'clock. Oh, another person, Jose?
Joseph Trujillo, 5574 South Huron Street. Good evening, Council. I thought this was a good time to come up here and talk to you guys. You've been hammered and beat up. And I would just like to say that our family came here in 1924. I was born here in Littleton in 1936, went to schools here, and then I was happy to be elected to the city council in 1977. And up to that time, we were living in a divided Littleton. And for those of you that have been around for a long time, we called it the railroad tracks because it was that side and this side. We put one policeman on one side of town and one on the other side. That's how bad it was. Trains coming, trains going. Well, we solved that problem in 1980. We approved the depression, and it came through. But that really wasn't the greatest thing I felt I ever did on council. What I did feel good about was the fact that we had taken so many meetings through the years before, even before I was elected, to come up with a comprehensive plan, neighborhood comprehensive plan. We met in schools in all districts of the school district here, and we had tremendous crowds then, that people that were very interested in what our government did. So we came up with that plan, and for many years it worked real well. But as I went through this in my mind now, I said there basically was about 4 words in that comprehensive plan that meant so much to me. The needs, the desires of the citizens of Littleton that we would look over. And that's it. The needs and desires of the citizens of Littleton. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to see if there's any interest in a quick break.
Yes, please. I say forge ahead.
Break.
Pardon?
We've got people who'd like to take a break. It's 8:04. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at, it's 8:05 now. We'll be back at 8:10. Thank you. We're on break.
I know. I think we're almost over.
Okay, we'll be back in session. It's 8:12. We just took a short break. It brings us on the agenda to consent agenda items. That's agenda item number 5. Consent agenda items may be adopted by a single motion. All ordinances must be read by title prior to a vote on the motion, and any consent agenda item may be removed at the request of a council member. We have consent agenda items A, B, C, D, and E to address. And I do want to wait if I can get the other council member in so that they have the opportunity.
You can sit up here, Jerry.
And while we're in a break, I want to thank everybody for being so polite and courteous during the different speakers. It really is a pleasure, and when we do this, to be able to allow everybody the opportunity to speak, thank you very much. Here we are on the consent agenda, item 5. Consent agenda A. Resolution 29-2016 is a resolution approving an amendment to an agreement with the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District, Arapahoe County, and South Suburban Park and Recreation District regarding conceptual design of drainage and flood control improvements for the South Platte River in South Platte Park. Item number B is Resolution 31-2016. This is a resolution approving the amended and restated intergovernmental agreement establishing the Chatfield Watershed Authority.
Pull.
Number C, or letter C, is ordinance number 07-2016, an ordinance amending Chapter 3 of Title 4 and Chapter 20 of Title 3 of the City Code concerning the regulation of signs.
Pull.
The item's pulled. Resolution, or rather, letter D is Resolution 28-2016. This is a resolution authorizing an agreement regarding funding of a conceptual plan to repurpose a portion of the Highline Canal for stormwater collection, treatment, and conveyance of treated stormwater to vegetation adjacent to the canal. Letter E, is number ID 16-111. It's the certification of the May 17th, 2016 regular meeting minutes.
Surprise, pull.
You got it.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of consent agenda items A and D.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve agenda items A and D. That's interesting.
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Now we refer back to the items which were removed from the consent agenda list. And the first is B, Resolution 31-2016, a resolution approving the amended and restated intergovernmental agreement establishing the Chatfield Watershed Authority, was pulled by Councilmember Clark.
Perhaps I can speed this up so you don't have to do a presentation.
Councilmember, I do not.
Okay. It looks like part of the difference between the old agreement and the new agreement is the addition of single point source being under the authority of the Watershed Authority. Previously, it had only been multi-point source, which is basically runoff. Single point source is sewer plant. So it looks like the plan here is to include sewer plant operations and construction under the Chatfield Watershed Authority. Our resolution says that it's only
multi-point, and I'd like to get an opinion from the attorney on what the implications are of us being in a watershed authority. So I'd like to table this until our next regular meeting, whenever that is.
That's July 5th.
Sorry?
July 5th.
July 5th? Okay, so I move that we postpone this till July 5th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to move consent
Mr. Mayor,
agenda item B.
I hate to interrupt, but if I may I add just a couple of comments, just for, hopefully for clarity? My name's Mark Ralph. I'm a Public Works Director here with the city. This particular IGA and bylaws have actually, the legal work has been done by Jeffco, and input has been done by the State Attorney General's office, as well as the state of Colorado with the Health Department. This basically is a take it or leave it IGA and bylaws. So I can certainly provide more background if the council has questions, but the opportunity for modifications, I don't believe there is any.
And I recognize that, and it may be in our best interest to go ahead and participate. I'm just concerned about whatever implications there are of us continuing to be part of a watershed authority that's going to be building a sewer plant that's in competition with us, plus what financial liabilities we may have, which may be none, but, so that's what my concern is.
So would you like to leave the motion to table the Resolution B to July 5th?
Yes, I move that we postpone it to July 5th.
And we have a second discussion.
Just two questions. One is I'm assuming, since it takes a long time for these things to make it through, that waiting till July 5th is not an issue. Is that correct?
Well, the authority, the existing board, had asked for all the participating members here to approve this in the month of June. So the delay to July, be honest with you, I do not know what that means.
Okay. The second item is the question on clarifying from a legal perspective the single point from multi-point or multi-sourced. Is that a question we can get answered sometime before July 5th or when the package goes out for that?
I'm confident I can answer the question probably in pretty short order in a matter of a few days, if not sooner.
Yeah, but we don't meet as a regular meeting until then.
Pardon me?
I said we don't have a regular meeting until then.
Right.
Additional discussion? Okay, so the item on the table is the motion on the table is to table it until July 5th. There's been a motion and a second, and there's been discussion. Are we ready to vote?
The vote is 4 in favor, with Councilmember Brinkman, Councilmember Beckman, and Councilmember Valdez voting no. The motion carries 4-3.
So the Resolution 31-2016 has been tabled to July 5th. C is Ordinance 07-2016. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 3 of Title 4 of Chapter 20 of Title 3 of the City Code concerning the regulation of signs. It was pulled by Councilmember Clark.
We had a citizen come down, Sue Flount, I believe. Sorry? Sudi, sorry, got that wrong. My apologies.
I know how you feel, Sudi.
She said that the modification of the sign ordinance is necessary in order for us to complete the wayfinding signs. I don't see any mention of that in the communication. Is that true?
That is accurate.
Pardon?
That is accurate.
That is accurate. Section 4354 of the proposed ordinance addresses those city-placed wayfinding signs, and you'll see at one of the items on the list are those promotion of local establishments.
Okay, did I miss that in the communication, or did that just get left off?
In the communication, I had provided a general overview, and you'll see under city-placed signs, I said establish regulations for placement of banners and wayfinding signage. And that was addressed in the study session that we had on the signs.
Third party, I didn't realize that that was affecting our already constructed signs that we had. All right, second issue I have is this proposed sign ordinance either continues or prohibits signs posted on public right-of-ways.
Correct, it prohibits private place signs on public right-of-ways.
Okay. And does that mean we're going to be going on the railroad property and removing the signs that they put on the railroad property since we have now declared the railroad property to be private or public right-of-way?
Whose signs?
Any signs. Page 8 of the memo from Jocelyn Mills to Michael Penny says that the Burlington Northern and Santa Fe Railroad right-of-way is public right-of-way. So I assume that this sign ordinance and the prohibition of structures on public right-of-ways both would apply to the railroad. And actually, I like that because we've got an abandoned vehicle clause, and we can go tow their rail cars off of the sidings that they leave behind the houses on Houston Waring. So are we going to be taking down the signs from the railroad based on the fact that we've now decided it's public right-of-way?
It's my understanding the railroad determined it's public right-of-way. The city is not the one that determined
To do
that.
what the city code referenced, when it was talking about public right-of-ways, it referenced the railroad as in the list of inclusions for public right-of-way.
So we have decided the railroad is the public right-of-way, is a public right-of-way.
The code specifies that it is, yes.
Okay, so that means that we can go on the railroad right-of-way,
Councilmember, the
signs that they put up.
purpose of the first reading is to set the ordinance for public hearing on July 5th. And so I will look at that and address it in my council communication before it comes back to you for second hearing.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that. I think that's also pertinent tonight since the designation of the railroad as public right-of-way is used as a justification for the distribution of open space for the Grove. Because I thought that the railroad was private property, but, all right.
So at this point, we have a need for a motion and a second. We could have further discussion.
Move to approve on first reading the ordinance amending Chapter 3 of Title 4 and Chapter 20 of Title 3 of the City Code concerning the regulation of signs and to schedule a public hearing on July 5th, 2016, 6:30 p.m. in council chamber.
Second.
With a motion and a second, do we have further discussion? Are we ready for a vote? Again, this is on first reading.
The vote is 6 in favor, with Councilmember Clark voting no. The motion carries 6-1. I'm sorry, who seconded that? You did? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This brings us to E. That's identification number 16-111. It's the certification of the May 17th, 2016 regular meeting minutes. This was pulled by Councilmember Clark.
Pull it so I can vote no.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve certification of May 17, 2016 regular meeting minutes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor, with Councilmember Clark voting no. The motion carries 6-1.
Brings us to agenda item number 6, and that is ordinances for second reading and public hearing. We have none tonight. Bringing us to agenda item number 7, which is general business. There's one item there at this time. It is A, ID number 16-114. Councilmember Clark moved and Councilmember Valdez.
Valdez.
It's a joke. Seconded.
With a Z. That was a
It was humor, I'm sorry. Councilmember Valdez seconded that we, council, instruct staff to withdraw the site development plan and the currently issued building permits for the Grove.
Can we ask questions?
Yeah.
Motion, so there's discussion.
Yeah, and so I want just clarification. The motion was on the table and a second was given to it. But prior to any discussion or anything to do with that motion, it was tabled to tonight's date. So based on that, what we have right now is a motion and a second to withdraw the site development plan and the currently issued building permits for the Grove, and that status would make it open for discussion.
Question.
Go ahead.
I have a question for the city attorney. This evening, we were asked repeatedly to remove this from the courts and give it to the the Board of Adjustments. And could you please weigh in from a legal perspective as to if that is an appropriate move for council to do, why or why not? Number two, could you also address the issue of the legalities or the as much as you can, the responsibility financially that from the letter from the attorney, there were a lot of comments tonight that that was a threat and not a real. I'm going to read the letter. Okay. So can you address both those issues?
Sure. So the way I understood the request tonight from a number of the members of the public was to direct the city attorney to not defend the lawsuit. I think if council would like to take up that motion, my request would be that we hold an executive session to discuss that. We are allowed under our charter to go into executive session to discuss current litigation. Right now in the lawsuit, we have to file a reply in support of our motion for summary judgment, but that is not due until June 16th. So I would ask that if we needed to do an executive session, that we do it before or after the study session, either at the front end or the tail end of that study session, have a special meeting to have an executive session to discuss that. Right now, the issue of whether the Board of Adjustment can hear the case is before the court. You do not have authority to direct that the Board of Adjustment hear the appeal at this point. But as far as our stand with respect to the lawsuit, we could discuss that in executive session, and that would be appropriate under the charter. With respect to the letter from the developer, without waiving any privilege, it will say generally that is an accurate representation of some of the claims and potential liability that the council faces, as I've provided in more detail to you by memo.
City Attorney, just a follow-up. It's my understanding that it is the applicant who would appeal to the Building Board of Adjustments and not the council.
So the code provides that section 1074.
Kristen, could you move closer to the mic?
Is that better? There. Oh, that is better. It's much different. The code provides under section 1074, specifically in relation to site development plans and the appeal process, that the applicant may appeal a site development plan to the planning board, and that's the position we have taken with respect in this litigation.
And then just one more quick question. Gosh, just forgot it. Oh, it'll come back to me. Thank you.
I think I want to talk to council for a moment. I think each of us came tonight with some preparation to address this issue. And, our normal rotation of discussion and those kinds of things would give each of us an opportunity to make a comment, and it would kind of move around. And if we made an additional comment, it would come back and give people another opportunity. What I would like to do, and we really do try to limit our our time to keep things moving along, I would like to just, as an agreement on council, give any council member as much time as they want to discuss this issue tonight. I mean, obviously not until the wee hours, but I know I have something I would like to present which would go beyond what would be just the normal customary amount of time. And I don't know that somebody else may or may not. So if I have approval there, it may take us, a little bit longer, but it's just the idea that I think there's some really important information that needs to be addressed. Any problem with that? So based on that, you've got some more time to.
I thought of it.
Okay, let's go with it. And I didn't want you to feel pressured that your time was up.
I was thinking while you were talking.
Your time is not up. We want to get this.
Okay. So then there was an awful lot of comments regarding the build by right, use by right, and could you explain that? Because the comments from the community are that we violated that it should have been a rezone. So obviously, we approved it as a use by right, and there are reasons for that. Could you kind of walk through that for me?
Sure. So the property was zoned as B2, and so what that means is a use by right is that you can use it within the parameters that are laid out in the code for the B2 zoning. And you saw that, there you go, and you saw from the memo from our community development director to the city manager how she analyzed the code and made those decisions along with our public works director. And as long as it meets the provisions of the code, the project is approved and does not need to go through rezoning as long as it meets the regulations under the B2 zone district.
Thank you.
If I could, I'd like to go next because it's come up a couple times. And this is the memo that came from Fairfield and Woods. It was referred to earlier tonight. And what I've learned is a copy of it was placed out on the internet, out in social media. Now, this letter came addressed to the city attorney, and it came addressed to CCs to David Zucker, and then the members of council, and then Michael Penny. So it concerns me that it made it out onto social media because it wasn't the entire letter, it was parts of the letter, and I'm not sure really that that's the best way to go with something because it doesn't help with communication. But this is a significant letter, and please bear with me because I want to read it into the record so that everyone knows what it said, because everyone does not know what it said. So bear with me, please. Regarding potential vote by Littleton City Council regarding building permit B150899 issued to Zoccolo Construction. Dear Mrs. Schledorn, the attorney for the city, this firm represents Zoccolo Community Development Corporation, Zoccolo, the holder of the above referenced building permit. The purpose of this letter is to express our grave concerns surrounding a proposed motion to rescind the building permit.
Mr. Mayor, would you slow down a little? Even I know
I'm following
what it says.
the Don School of...
I mean...
I'll slow down a little. Purpose of this letter is to express grave concerns surrounding a proposed motion to rescind the building permit offered by Councilman Clark and seconded by Councilman Valdez at public meeting of the Littleton City Council, collectively council or individually as council members, on May 17th, 2016. At your urging, the vote was tabled. However, it is our understanding that the issue will be revisited at the public hearing on June 7th, 2016. As you will undoubtedly recall, the building permit was issued on April 27th, 2016, after a careful, thorough, and protracted review by the Community Development Department staff. Our client reasonably relied on the building permit and assumed substantial financial liabilities by closing on a loan, ordering the generation of additional construction and engineering plans, and commencing construction. Let me be clear, a direct council vote or order by the council to any other party to rescind, revoke, or otherwise impair the full force and effect of the building permit in any way is blatantly ultra-virus, devoid of any legal authority, and will be viewed as a willful and wanton act against my client. Moreover, and perhaps of particular interest to your client, a vote to rescind the building permit will expose not only the city, but council members individually and personally to financial liability for damages, attorneys' fees, and other legal remedies which my client intends to pursue to the fullest extent allowable by law should the council proceed down this illegal path. Given the scope of the approved project, the damages could well exceed $30 million. These damages are not speculative. They are based on a proven track record on the part of our client for delivery of financial returns with the same equity partner. Our client has multiple realized examples that will justify the amount of this loss. Moreover, in addition to money damages, our client is also entitled to attorney's fees, which continue to mount, and significant non-monetary damages. Neither the city nor members of council are protected by governmental immunity in this case. While the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act protects municipalities and its elected officials under certain circumstances, it provides no protection for ultra-virus acts beyond the course, scope, or authority of the city or its council members, nor does it apply to claims based on federal civil rights violations, which are clearly implicated in this matter. The city's powers are limited by federal and state constitutions, some state statutes, its charter, and other adopted codes. The charter or law by which the municipal body is created is to be strictly construed, and any doubt concerning the city's power must be resolved against it. The Colorado Constitution vests the people of a home rule city with the power to make, amend, add, or replace its charter, which shall be its organic law and extend to all local and municipal matters. The Littleton Charter specifically provides under the heading Council not to interfere with administrative service that, and the quote is, except for purposes of inquiry, the council and its members shall deal with the administrative service of the city solely through the city manager, and neither the council nor any member shall give orders to any subordinates of the city manager, either publicly or privately. End of quote. The issuance of a building permit is an administrative service of the city. Thus, any dealings related to the building permit are reserved by law for the city manager or his duly appointed representative. Because the council is specifically mandated by charter not to interfere with building permits, not only is there no grant of authority under the charter or Littleton Municipal Code for council to revoke a building permit. Underlined, there is an express prohibition against council doing so. End of underline. Both the code and the Littleton Building Code confirm the charter's mandate. Only a building official and not the council may suspend or revoke a permit under very particular circumstances. The building code provides that the building official and not the council may revoke a building permit, in quotes, whenever the permit is issued in error or on the basis of incorrect, inaccurate, or incomplete information supplied by the applicant. The city has made no such allegation. In fact, under pending litigation in which the city and our client are co-defendants, the city has confirmed the validity of the building permit's underlying site development plan, both in its answer to the complaint and in its reply to motion for summary judgment. Moreover, our client has substantially and reasonably relied upon the city's representations made under oath in the pending litigation as it moved forward with construction. Not only does governmental immunity not apply to the city under these circumstances, it will not protect council members from personal liability. The Colorado Governmental Immunity Act applies only to those city officials, elected or appointed, who are acting within their official capacity. It is undeniable that officials who knowingly act in the face of an express prohibition are no longer serving a governmental function and have entered the dangerous purview of conduct that is ultra-virus and the personal liability that attaches to it. The irony is that these same council members who are sworn to protect and enforce the charter and code now appear to be refusing to follow it when it does not serve their personal agendas to do so. While we acknowledge that our client's development has a relatively small number of detractors, the city has acted in conformance with the code requirements, and our client has relied on those actions to its detriment. For city council members to act in clear violation of its powers to pander to the interests of the detractors is appalling, and in so doing will subject the city and its council members to financial liability that would undermine the effectiveness of the city and its council leadership in the eyes of the community and fundamentally place the city's liability to conduct its financial affairs in peril. For the foregoing reasons, it is indisputable that council is without authority to revoke or order the revocation of the building permit. I urge you to provide the strongest advice possible that adopting the ill-conceived motion would subject the city and council members to litigation that will be vigorously advanced by my client. Of course, we remain hopeful that the council will reject the pending motion, thereby allowing my client to proceed with its development activities without unlawful interference. In the parts I didn't read, there were 13 footnoted cases or precedences included, and it was signed by Mr. Rourke, who appeared earlier this evening from Fairfield and Woods. So I think it's important that the entire context of the letter be made known to the public, and it adds to, as some folks have talked about, the rock and the hard place that we're in right now. I have a couple other comments, but that ends what I wanted to make sure I introduced.
And so you've read that. I would like to request that that be part of the minutes that we now post so that that is easily accessible to the public in the future.
Within the journal? Yes, we will.
Pardon?
Within the journal?
Yes, yeah.
Do we have further comments that people would like to make prior to voting on the motion and the second, which is on the floor?
A couple.
We have some. Phil, let me go to Phil.
Mine might be a little lengthy as you're allowing us on this. In looking at this, one of the things to know is how did, when the question was asked, how did we get here a little bit? The original zoning on this property took into consideration the fact that it's across the street from an active courthouse. And that was done quite a while ago. And I don't know if that was before or after you were on council in 1977, Joe, but it's one of those things that goes back a long way. And that's where that was put together. And as well, the ordinances that specify the review process, some of which gets referenced in the letter that Bruce just read, the mayor just read, that process, as well as the charter, talks about the council not being part of the administrative process. And that was put together with some intent when you talk to some of the folks that were around when that happened, but that also happened quite a while ago. And with this, one of the things Bob Schwinn, when he came up, he mentioned that it's one of those things where all this information was available, questions could be asked along the way. It wasn't necessarily one of those things, at least in my inquiry and taking a look at them, that anything was held back. And it was good to hear Bob say that I was not receiving any privileged access around that. And as Joe knows, the needs and the desires of the citizens, as you talked about the comprehensive plan that you helped develop, to emerge over time. And sometimes we have to look back at history to figure out how did we get to where we are. And with that, I think almost everyone in the room probably has a realization that when you have commercial development abutting neighborhoods, they're not necessarily going under exactly the same rules. And that's sometimes problematic, and it brings out a bunch of folks. I specifically myself looked at a few of the issues on residential versus commercial space in the development, and I'm satisfied that it's not been unreasonable. I am not the professional making that determination, Also, with regard to the open space requirements, taking a look at that and where the community trail goes, and that in part was negotiated with the property owner, and the literal versus intended considerations around subdivision exemptions I took a look at as well as the easement, and some of the leeway or interpretation that is given to administrative staff. That I'm not the professional in taking a look at those. I do want to mention that I didn't need the attorney's letter to let me know what the liability, potential liability might be, and so I'm not responding to that in taking a look at this. And what I'd like to see us do is be in a position where prospectively we can maybe accelerate or underline what some of us have talked about over time, and I believe it's in the council's goals, is taking a look at the current zoning ordinances, review process and guides, and ordinances that are out there, so that we have a chance of at least prospectively possibly changing the process. But at this point in time, I'm not pleased with necessarily the particular project, because actually in a B2, an even more massive building could be put than what is actually proposed. And if folks go back to the Broadstone rezoning request, that was one of the things that I mentioned, that there wasn't a rationale that would show, and Broadstone requested that everything there be residential, and that was the primary reason for that rejection of the rezoning proposal, was not the mass of the building or anything like that. And shortly thereafter, I talked at least to some of the property owners on Bemis Street and apprised them that the zoning could actually allow for something even more massive, and actually said something to that effect at the dais. So I wanted to put that out there, and with all of this, I did listen, and I know that a number of us did listen very intently. It may not have been a great dialogue when folks come up, but that's kind of a little bit of our process when folks come to public testimony. Otherwise, we'd probably be here way past midnight. So, my thoughts.
Bill?
Sure. This is a really difficult process, and nobody warned me when I decided to run for council that it was not as easy as sitting in the audience and say, vote yes, vote no. You know, it's we agonize over these things, and I know we all do. And the lever either goes up or down. It's too bad it doesn't have a little middle position here that you could be more ambivalent, but it's what we're charged with doing. I think this is very difficult because it's a key piece of ground in a very visible location. It is proximate to a very nice historic neighborhood that is got a lot of charm to it, and a park, and it's got small streets, and it's very intimate, and it's proximate to our historic downtown, which is really our cultural soul and our community soul. But due to the scale of this project and its architecture compared to that of the surrounding improvements, it's much bigger than it really is. This is a development, and it's not up to us to like a development or not. It's up to city staff to approve it based on conformance with regulations. But with all due respect to the developer, this could have been airdropped into any community anywhere. It's not an attractive development, and it does not honor Littleton's historic culture. That's not part of the consideration, though. What it does do in a positive sense is it brings 160 new units of people into our community close to downtown, as Sudi indicated, and the merchants are very happy about that. Brings a demographic that is strong and will use our downtown. It brings additional restaurants and retail. It layers on culture and diversity that is part of the evolution of a community over time. But at the same time, it's very difficult to add a new big animal to the existing herd. And I think that's what is most difficult for me. And many of you know that I was on the historic board for 10 years, and I was with Cal, instrumental in getting the historic district put together. And we fought hard against many people who are now very much in favor of the historic nature of Littleton. They were very opposed to the historic district, but it's had tremendous financial and cultural success. And that's what we hope to bring forward. This development doesn't do that, but that's not part of the consideration. We need to consider as a council whether or not there are two questions. Is it within our authority to reverse this decision? Is number one. Number two, if it was, or if it is, was it properly permitted? I took the time along with other council members to go and sit with these plans and go through the approval process, the regulations, drill down into them as much as I could, get other counsel. And the bottom line, one of the basic foundations of this is that there's been criticism that the permit was issued at an awful time. The city codes dictate quite clearly that when an applicant fills out proper applications, proper permits, in a use by right situation, or if rezoning is part of it, if that's been approved, that becomes part of the pile of documents. Once all the paperwork is in place, the city will issue the building permit. That is part of the process, and that's part of what we all enjoy as part of our private property rights. This is on steroids a version of anyone in this room wanting to add onto their rear deck. If you have a property and a rear deck is allowed, you can add to it. All you have to do is get a building permit so that the life safety issues are complied with. And that's what use by right in a zone is, and that's why we call it zoning. In this zone of the city, we allow these types of uses. What we went through, there's issues on subdivision exemptions, and that I found confusing a few times through it. But I do this in my work where I'm a hotel consultant, and it's frequently called a lot line adjustment. If you buy two adjacent parcels of land and it's more conducive to you for tax purposes or just the simplicity of dealing with your development, you can get the lot line adjusted. That's what happened here. The Board of Adjustment, our ordinances that are clear, and the city attorney may want to address exactly which ones, but the appeal to a Board of Adjustment is if you're denied zoning. It's not designed so that the community can come and try to have a use by right reversed. That would be like if you go to build your porch and somebody, your neighborhood, comes together and says, we don't want them to have a porch. We're going to deny that. We're going to ask that to be reconsidered. Residential calculations, our code has a lot of problems in it. One of them is that it says if it's not within the residence, it doesn't count as residential square footage. So that's how they get to the 50%. So what you have here is a very sophisticated developer, and Zocalo should not be construed as an evil outfit. They're an American group that doesn't spill water. They're a company that has won numerous awards in the development community, many of them environmental awards. They have the Grove out at Stapleton is a pre-existing thing that has been, as I understand, very successful. But they have a full staff that is very expert at taking a zoning ordinance and rules and regulations and figuring out how to maximize their corporate goals by complying with those regulations and getting their development done to maximum density. And that's the conclusion I've reached after coming through the analysis of this specific application. So I do think that staff did a very hard look at this, and I think going through this with them and asking a lot of questions to the point they were sick of seeing my bald head walk in the door, I'm satisfied that they made good, sound decisions through this process. And I know a lot of people will not agree with that statement. But the more important point is this is beyond our authority to make this decision for good reason. If you want to expand your porch, you don't want to come in here and have to fight for it. And that's the reason for that basic rule. So here's what we can do. I think we need to look at this as a wake-up call. Our code is awful. And I work in cities all over the country, and I see codes almost every week. This is one of the worst ones I've ever seen. I can't read parts of it. And I go in and I analyze these things for hotels to see what we can do and how we can comply with that in a way to give the community the best hotel product that we can do. But this code is very muddled. We had Littleton Boulevard design guidelines, and several people alluded to those, and Jose talked about those. And they call for a 2 to 3 story facade on the fronting streets. So that would be Bemis and Littleton Boulevard. They call for step backs up to the graduated height. They call for setbacks of the building, but they're not binding. The B2 zone has more authority than the design guidelines. The design guidelines are pleasant reading, but they don't mean anything to a developer who doesn't choose to comply with them. And that's not an evil decision. It's a decision to go for density over design. And what we can do in this community, and I've asked for it, council's consideration in this in the past, and I will do it again, is that we incorporate our design guidelines into our zoning ordinances so that anywhere there's a design guideline that is in effect, Littleton Boulevard, Main Street, anywhere it's in effect, that those are incorporated into the zoning ordinance for that specific area. Guess what, fans? We have B2 zoning in downtown. Somebody could come in the block between Curtis and the Melting Pot and put a Zocalo Grove on either side of that street. They could put in an application tomorrow and we would have it. So it's incumbent on all of us, and I implore you, everybody in this room, to get behind implementing design guidelines that preserve our community culture. You all care passionately about it. I bled my heart on it for 10 years on the historic board against a hell of a lot of opposition, and it increased taxes by 4 to 5 times what they grew in the rest of the community. It can be done, and it's good for the community, and that's where we ought to turn. It's too late on this one. But we can do things that help this community be what it can be down the road, and I implore everybody to get on that boat. Let's all work together for it.
Mr. Mayor?
Can I do, Debbie had one more thing, and then Jerry had a brief comment. Can I do that? Sure.
By all means.
Okay, just organizing who does what next. Go ahead, Debbie.
Well, I wanted to get additional confirmation and additional information from the city attorney. Again, I think there's, clearly, I'm certainly not going to vote for the motion. But I think that I agree with Councilmember Hopping that this is clearly a wake-up call. This is, ever since I've been on council, and actually before I was elected to council, that piece of property has been considered by developers. I remember the first one, I think, he came in, it never ended up as an application, but I think he started at 9 stories and then got it down to 7. And he got chased out of town real fast for that. And like I said, it never even made it to the city for an application. And then there was generations of developers after that, everything looking a little bit the same, and there being a temperament in the community that none of it was workable. And so then the Broadstone comes in, and that was a big rezone opportunity, and the council, I don't remember what the vote, but
6-1.
6-1. Did you vote for it?
That's a safe bet.
And it was voted down. So there's always the possibility that that property would be built with a use by right. And the fact that we're sitting here with code in the B2 that would allow a variety of uses, a variety of heights, a lack of easement or setback considerations, that's what we have. That's not what we made up. That's not what we create things around. It's what exists. One of the things that hasn't been mentioned much is property rights. And this builder owns that property, and he owns the property as it is zoned and as it is designated in uses. And if he wants to build on it, he has to go through a city process, which he did, and he has to meet the requirements of our code. Whether we like what's in there or not, if he meets those requirements, he is fulfilling his obligation to the city, and the city, by giving him permission, is feeling his privilege as a property owner. As Mr. Hopping said, it's the same thing as if any property owner, residential, our own homes, or a business property owner, that's the process. I'm really I think it's very harmful when a community has such a temperament against people. And I've heard comments tonight, and I've heard accusations, and I've heard applause quite inappropriately in relationship to our staff. Our staff is reading a code book that's about 6 inches thick and was written in 1970. And they are applying their best knowledge, which comes from years of experience, educational degrees, etc., to make sure that what they're doing is right. It's not about their personal preference to building. It's not about any of that. It can't be, and it never has been. It's about following the law, our own law. And if we don't like the law, that's what we change. If we don't like the way that our code runs in the B2, which we don't clearly tonight, and I don't think you're going to find many of us up here on council that are going to support moving forward with B2s that look like they do. But that's what we fix. And that's what we work together to fix. I want to ask the city attorney, did our approval of this follow our code, break any laws, violate any of our standards, our rules? Did we go outside of any of our bounds?
It met all of the regulations. So you asked a number of questions, but it did not violate any laws. It met all the requirements that were required under the code, was reviewed by community development and public works with assistance from me on interpreting the code. It's a very difficult code to work with, but yes, it did. It absolutely was entitled to the approvals that it received.
I am prepared tonight, and I'll let the other council members complete their talk. I'm prepared tonight to make a motion that we would put a building moratorium, an application moratorium on our B2 zoning. We can only do an emergency moratorium that would last 90 days. But I am prepared to make a motion that we would put a building moratorium on B2 for a minimum of 90 days, whereas during that time, we would have staff put together a work plan that would go through exactly what the process would be, including public outreach, including any analysis, and then we would get this B2 figured out and get it up and running into a place where we feel comfortable when a developer comes in and wants to do a B2, that what goes there is what we would like to see there and what will work for, obviously, the development community. To not do that is a bigger crime than anything else, because then we'll be back here again in another couple of months dealing with this, and none of us want to do that. So the moratorium, details to be worked out, but essentially it would just direct staff to put an emergency stop on this. We would bring that back on probably July 5th and then get busy, very, very busy, very, very fast. But I think it has to be done. I think that probably needs to be done in a number of zone areas, but B2 is probably our most volatile at this point. So those are my comments at this point. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
You want to wait for
motion
the
on
comment?
the
You said you...
Main motion on the floor right now.
Okay, I think the comment was when everyone has had their opportunity to...
And we'll clear off the other motion. And
Exactly,
then
there you go. So we'll get there.
Thank you. My issue is really not with the developer. I'm not crazy about the project, but my issue is not with the developer. My issue is really with the city process. It's not with the city staff. The city staff does not work for city council. The city manager works for city council. I have asked repeatedly, well, let me back up. This is not a wake-up call for me. I have repeatedly asked that Planning Commission be involved with the comp plan, to no avail. I have repeatedly asked that our codes be updated sooner rather than later. It's fallen on deaf ears for the most part. We have had some changes or updates, but very little action, very little. I think after this vote, if not tonight, very soon, council, we need to address how did we reach this point because of inaction that has put us in this position tonight. And we also need to ask ourselves, what are we going to do to correct this action from happening again? That's it for me.
Councilmember Cole and then Councilmember Clark.
Let Doug go first.
Oh, you'd like to go first? Okay. Councilmember Clark.
I'd like your permission to use the podium down there, please.
Absolutely. I can't see quite upstairs if he knows we're going to use that.
Michael, can you turn the overhead on, please?
The unfortunate fact is...
Doug, could you wait just a second? He's warming that up and it is not ready yet.
Yeah, let's, we're waiting to get that up. I'll get my thing out.
I can already tell this is where the 15-minute is scaring me.
I can talk like Don.
There you go.
Looks like you're ready to go. It's huge.
Okay. Deborah said it wouldn't be all that long until we were down here talking up to there. It's lots faster than what I thought it would be. And Bob Schwinn said that if the problems were severe as what we think it is with this, then what that really means is that the staff needs to be, if we really need to vote it down, that the staff needs to be replaced. And frankly, I agree with that. The problem is revoking building permits is an extreme measure. It does set a bad precedent, just as rezoning the property against the owner's wishes sets a bad precedent. And it's unfortunate that we have been put into this position by actions that have been taken. Phil makes the assertion that he could get any information that he wanted to about this property. Well, I couldn't. In fact, the city manager promised in August of last year to put out a document that delineated specifically how the Grove site development plan and other processes agreed with our code, and didn't until a week ago. And the reason why it happened a week ago is because I kept asking for this to be put on the agenda, and it never got put on the agenda, which is controlled by the city manager. And so I finally made a motion to revoke the building permits, which forced this document to be produced so that it could be used then to lobby the council members in 2-on-2 meetings at the city manager's office, or in my case, the city manager's conference room. So,
may I add that I did not do that?
Yes, everyone except for Jerry. So there are some significant problems with the code, but there's also problems with the fact that we have council people that don't understand the code. And one example is design guidelines certainly are used legally as a decision criteria for approving or not approving site development plans, and that's called out in 10.7.3 parentheses H that says, and this is, the city staff shall approve the site development plan if it finds that, and H says, design guidelines compatibility, the development shall be compatible with any design guidelines adopted by the planning board which affect the property to be developed under the proposed plan. I'll point out that the Grove is actually 6 stories high, the first story being a ground level basement, which means that there are 5 stories that abut Bemis Avenue. But let's start at the beginning. And the overview is B2 is a business commercial zoning district. There is a provision that allows for residential in B2, provided that the residential takes up less than 50% of the area of the structure that the residential is in. We have 2 buildings, an apartment building and a commercial building. The apartment building is a little over 324,000 square feet, and it has 826 square feet of commercial in it. There's 129,000 square feet of apartments versus 826 square feet of commercial. And we'll get to how that happens, and how it happens is by magic. So the first part is, I think Don Bruns brought this up, is how do you get a B2 project that is built with a site development plan on an R3 single-family residential lot? And that's an astounding thing to happen. R3 is single-family residential. The Grove is a B2 project, which is commercial with a maximum of 50% of the area, the gross floor area, being dedicated to residential within the structure that happens. When this started as Broadstone, they came with a rezone that included the R3 lot and the rest of the property. That rezone was turned down. The developer or the applicant, the owner at that time, said that if he couldn't get the rezone, he would simply build it anyway as B2 on the property, which is exactly what's happened. The problem is you cannot put B2 on an R3 zoned lot, and there are a number of structures that are directly to service this building that are on the R3 lot. The most obvious being the fire access road. that is on the R3 lot. There are also balusters that are installed and will be maintained by the developer in addition to the fire department on the R3 lot to control access on the road. There are lighting poles that are to service the B2 property that are on the R3 lot. That's shown on page 20 and 21 of the site development plan, with the corresponding underground electrical that goes from the B2 building onto the structures on the R3 lot, which is single family. There is an irrigation control box with underground piping on the R3 lot, and there's landscaping on the R3 lot. All of that is to service the B2 structure because there is no house, there is no primary use on the R3 lot. So even if you were to say that the fire road, the lighting poles, the sprinkler system were all accessory uses are only allowed that are incidental to the primary use and under the same ownership. There is no primary use on R3 because there is no house, and in fact there can't be one because of the location of the fire road. So the other criteria for accessory uses and accessory structures is the uses and structures must be maintained under the same ownership as the primary structure. The R3 lot is separately platted from the lot that has the B2. When the developer came in with the site subdivision exemption, he did not combine the R3 lot with the lot that actually contains the building. That is a separate legal lot. It can be sold off to a different owner, which then means that it will not comply. Second problem is the whole subdivision exemption. And what you have in front of you is a definition of a plat and the purpose and eligibility from the subdivision exemption. A plat is a document showing the surveyed dimensions and legal descriptions of a parcel of land, the reassemblage of parcels, or the subdivision or re-subdivision of land into lots, blocks, tracts, easements, and rights-of-way. So lot line movement or readjustment is not a term that appears in our zoning code. The reassemblage of parcels does, and that is in the plat section. If you go down to the subdivision exemption, it says, it is the purpose and intent of this chapter to allow the owner or purchaser of land or the agent thereof to divide such land into not more than 2 parcels. Then you go further down and it talks about the division. So how does the city come to the creative interpretation that subdivision exemption can be used for reassemblage of parcels, or the buzzword is lot line movement? And that's because they take the not more than 2 and they transform not more than 2 to mean combining parcels, even though it clearly says that it's for dividing property. It says under the eligibility, which must be verified by the owner that's making the submission. It says a division of land that must not exceed 2 lots, and such division will not violate the minimum requirements. So the interpretation that the staff has come up with is the not more than. What they say is that means you can actually combine, and since all the rest of the language refers to division, it doesn't apply to combinations, which is pretty absurd. So I will point out that it says there that the subdivision, for it to be eligible, it has to meet all of the minimum standards of the subdivision and the zoning code, or maybe I don't have that. Sorry, that's further down. Which brings up the second issue, and that is, I think somebody else pointed out, the roads don't meet the minimum standard. We have a whole section in the subdivision regulations that are called design standards. We have a section for street design standards. The streets are classified by the residential areas that they serve. The smallest width of street that exists in Littleton's code is 36 feet from flow line to flow line. As somebody pointed out, Bemis Street along the eastern side of the Grove is 30 feet. It goes down to 30 feet. The actual minimum standard for multifamily residential and business and industrial areas is 44 feet flow line to flow line with a 60-foot right-of-way. This clearly doesn't comply with that. So how did the staff come to the interpretation that the minimums don't apply? Because it says that these guidelines are only minimums and that they should be used as design guidelines. So they take the only to mean there are no minimums, and they completely ignore the minimums, even though it's clearly stated this. The more interesting part is the staff of the community development, when this was back in June, wrote a letter saying, you're not meeting the minimum street widths. And their response was, we've met with the city and it's okay. Well, if you're going to have a subdivision exemption, which you can't because this isn't a division, this is a combination, then you at least got to meet the minimum standards, and it doesn't. So dividing becomes combining because the not only, and minimum standards completely goes away because of the word only in there. You heard some talk tonight about the open space distribution. I forget who it is that talked about open space. Half of the open space that's required needs to be distributed along public right-of-ways. The public right-of-ways that are adjacent to this property are Littleton Boulevard and Bemis Street. The Burlington Northern and Santa Fe Railroad is not a public right-of-way. It is private property. The developer knows that, and the city knows that, because the developer purchased a portion of that property from Burlington Northern and Santa Fe to combine with their property. The railroad retained an easement on that property so that they could get their trucks along the wall. That easement is reflected on the site development plan. So, how do we get to the bizarre interpretation that the railroad is a public right-of-way? Well, the staff turned to a section of the zoning code that says official zoning map 10-1-6B, which is titled Zone District Boundaries. It's a section that describes where the boundaries of the zoning district should go to. And it says, unless otherwise specified on the official zoning map, zone district boundaries shall be and extend to property ownership lines or lot lines, the center line of adjacent rights-of-way, including but not limited to streets, railroads, river channels, and irrigation channels. And so they have decided that our code has defined that railroads are public right-of-ways because of this section describing where you put a zoning district boundary map. Well, if that were true, you would think that the zoning boundary for this property would extend into the middle of what the staff has declared as the public right-of-way of the Burlington Northern Santa Fe line, and it does not. It stops at the property ownership line, which is the property that was purchased by the developer. So the question is, how do you get a 324,000 square foot building with only 826 square feet of commercial in it, and the rest of it being residential and accessory use? How do you get that to comply with the requirement that that the area for residential use be less than 50% of the gross floor area? And as I said, you do that through magic. There are two buildings on this property. I call them Building 1, which is the apartment building, and Building 2, which is the retail restaurant building. Building 2 is a little over 11,000 square feet, 11,671 square feet. You have to calculate, and those numbers, by the way, each and every one of those numbers comes off the site development plan. The retail A, retail B, retail C, and restaurants, and the exterior service. So to get the size of Building 1, which is the apartment building, you have to subtract the total area from Building 2 from the total area declared on the site development plan, which they don't do. And what you come up is 324,547 feet. Now, if you add together all of the primary uses that the developer has listed on the site development plan for Building 2 and that the staff has agreed with is on there, you come up with 158,421 square feet. I'm sorry, that's not correct. What you come up with is 129,000 square feet for, hang on.
Residential.
Pardon? 129,000 square feet for residential and 826 for the commercial. You subtract that off from the whole amount and you come up with what's accessory use. So when the first submittal came in and it was posted in June, the hallways were considered residential use because you have to get from your car to the, I'm sorry, you've got 120,000 square feet of or approximately of parking. And that's up here. You've got 129,389 square feet of parking. They have live-work units, residential units, which is 14,000 square feet. They have live-work units that are commercial units. You have the 826 square feet of the commercial leasing office. You come up with a total of 158,421 square feet. That is listed as primary use. That means the rest of the floor area of that building is accessory use. Now, in the first submittal, they took the hallways and some of the recreational areas and considered those to be residential use. They then had the brilliant idea of removing those all from primary uses and making those accessory uses. The problem is our zoning code requires residential or accessory uses to be less than 50% of the total gross floor area of the building. And if you take 158,000 square feet, which is the apartments, the live-work units, and the leasing office, and you subtract that from the 324,000 square feet, you come up with more than 50% of accessory use. So the problem they have is to get 160 apartments into a building that has a leasing office that's only 826 square feet, is you have to fudge the figures. And you either don't meet the 50% residential criteria or you don't meet the 50% accessory use because you can't do both at the same time on this piece of property. See if I can get back to my notes.
Are you getting close to the end?
I'm getting very close to being done. The last part here, and let's see if I have the drawing. And I don't, so you'll have to look at the site development plan, is the live-work units. What they decided to do is, because they're restricted to that 50%, that the residential can't exceed 50%, they decided to just declare some of the apartment units as live-work units so that they could take half of the square footage of those apartments and put them in the commercial category or the non-residential category. And the city did describe that in their March 2014 letter from Glenn Van Nimwegen to the developer. However, he also listed in the letter that it had to comply with all the other requirements for residential use in B2. And one of those requirements is that the area that has commercial cannot be in the area that is used by residential. These live-work units are identical to the apartments, except they are on the first floor and they have external entrances. They are allowed, according to the March 2014 memo and according to the Jocelyn memorandum, they are allowed to have up to 5 employees in those units because they are commercial use. OSHA requires employees have access to a restroom. In addition, the building code requires that any customers coming into a commercial area have access to an accessible restroom. Our zoning code requires that no residential activity or no commercial activity take place in the area of the building that has residence use in it. These are live-work apartments. Many of these live-work units only have one restroom, which means by definition that restroom is going to be used for residential uses. They can't meet building code. They can't meet our zoning code with the plan that they have submitted with the live-work units that are in there. The part that's most disturbing is this is all known by the staff. This is all very clear to them. They have chosen to come up with these creative interpretations that a subdivision exemption is actually able to combine property because they agree that this isn't a subdivision, therefore it's exempt from subdivision. I mean, that's just so bizarre as to be unexplainable. They've come up with a weird interpretation that the only on the minimum means it really isn't a minimum. And for some reason, they have decided to allow B2 uses to take place on an R3 lot to service the B2 property, when it's clear that the lighting poles, the irrigation, control boxes, and the fire rescue access road all are exclusively for the use of the B2 property, and our accessory uses by our code are required to be on the same lot as the primary use, to be under the same ownership as the primary use, and to be incidental to the primary use of the lot that it's on. R3 is single family. None of this is incidental to the primary use on the R3 lot. There is no house or will not be any house on that lot, and there cannot be, so that those accessory uses certainly can't be for the R3 residents, and we know they aren't. So what they did was they put it on the site development plan and they simply labeled it not a part, even though it's clearly a part of the development because it's shown on different pages of the site development plan with structures on it and functions for the B2. So the unfortunate, disappointing position that we find ourselves in as a council is a project that was conceptually very similar to this, which was a multi-story parking garage wrapped with apartments, came in as the Broadstone. That came as a rezone, and that was voted down by 6-1 on the council. The owner and or the developer basically submitted almost the same project, which is a multi-story, in this case, a 6-story parking garage wrapped with apartments on the exact same area, the exact same parcels, going through the B2 process to transform a use of business into an apartment complex. Building 1 has 160 apartment units and 826 square feet of commercial leasing office, which is designed to service the apartments all in that single building.
So Doug, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So based on all that you said, why is it that staff, 2 community development directors, a number of planners, and city attorney would all provide illegal approvals on the Grove for David Zucker? Why would they do that?
They didn't. You had a letter, you had a request from the developer to get a conceptual understanding of what kind of residential use would be allowed in B2, and more specifically, how parking would be structured. Glenn Van Nimwegen wrote them back a letter describing some interpretations of the code. They chose to ignore some portions of the letter, and they chose to avail themselves of other portions of the letter. You then had disagreements on staff, and you can see this in the referral letters that are going back and forth, where they were complaining about some of the things. In fact, one of the things they were complaining was structures supporting the B2 building being located on the R3 lot. But in June, as you know, Glenn Van Nimwegen disappeared along with Jan Dickinson, who was a senior planner on this. We then had a brand new employee come in from outside the city that had no experience with the code. And we had a city manager that announced in August that this was a use by right before he even assigned it to his community development director to review it. In fact, he said, if I remember correctly, that Kelly Nardi was already working on a press release. And it was clear that at that point in time, it didn't comply with some of the criteria because, and I was a citizen at that time, I objected along with some of the other citizens, and some of the things that we objected to were put into the plan, such as it had no off-street loading areas. And the new version of the plan had off-street loading areas added in. The parking was woefully inadequate. They added multiple parking places. So the city has been claiming this is a use by right, all the while acknowledging that it actually doesn't meet the specific details of the zoning code. I don't know why we are here. What I can't understand is why our city manager would consult with the attorney for the developer to determine whether his interpretation of the subdivision exemption was copacetic. But he told me that he did that in a meeting in his office. So we are in a very interesting position. Unfortunately, we have a project that I think pretty clearly violates the zoning and subdivision regulations. It went through a process designed to exclude the public. They could have platted. If they platted, they then could get waivers for the street widths and all sorts of things like that. They chose not to do that. The only recourse that's available to the public is to go through the Board of Adjustments, and the city is denying them the ability to do that, all the while claiming that this complies with all the zoning code and the subdivision regulations, when it clearly doesn't unless you're doing gymnastic backflips with your code interpretation.
So don't walk away, because you may want to answer this. What I keep hearing you say is the city allowed what somebody planned, submitted, whatever. I mean, when I was little and my mother said, "Do not eat that," and I ate it anyway, I paid a penalty for it. I mean, if I can get away with it, right, when I was little, that's what I would do. So people will try to do what they can do, pushing the limits. So should they have pushed the limits? No, but they were allowed to. I mean, beyond the limits is what I'm hearing you say.
So let's let Doug come back and sit down, and Peggy, this will be part of your time then?
Okay, well, no, so I don't think I need to say anything more, except, I mean, do you want my view?
Yeah, it's to you now.
Okay,
Doug's wrapping
well,
up. But if you have questions.
I think we should refer this to the Board of Adjustment.
Any other comments, Peggy? Okay, so I'm looking at 9:41, and the agreement that we have on council is that we shut down operations at 10 unless we agree as a group to continue on. We have one more public hearing. I don't know whether anybody signed up for it or not.
No, we don't.
We have public comment, I'm sorry, public comment, not public hearing. Let me get a sense of what's on there, two people.
Well, we still have the outstanding motion.
And we still have the motion.
Which we need to
So
dispose of.
I'm guessing, we might go to 10:15 at the best. Is council willing to continue on past 10? Okay, so continuing on.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion with the permission of the seconder.
I agree.
Okay, my understanding then, and I have two mixed understandings. We tabled the motion to tonight. We have now had the motion withdrawn, and the seconder has withdrawn it also. One interpretation I heard is that the motion no longer exists. It's just gone because it was tabled till tonight, and it's gone. And then there was some concern whether we as a council had to vote to do that because it went to a new session. So can I get a view from the attorney?
So your rules provide that to withdraw a motion, the maker of the motion offers to withdraw it, the second consents, and then you need the approval of a majority of council to take it away from the body.
So the
yeah.
interpretation would be approval of council to do that. I don't interpret that as a vote. I interpret that as, does anyone? I hear no objections. Are there any objections?
Which means it's approved by unanimous consent.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Now, given the fact that that motion has been withdrawn, I think we still have issues that need to be addressed with the Grove. I make a motion that we designate next Tuesday's meeting as a special meeting so that we can go into executive session or take any other action that we think that may be appropriate.
Next meeting is June 14th. And
next Tuesday?
Is that next Tuesday, June 14th? I'm just checking calendars. We had that we had that scheduled as a study session.
We can still do that?
We can do the study session. We could also, we've had the discussion about doing an executive session regarding the case and getting input from the attorney. We could schedule that at that time. And further to that, Doug is suggesting that it be a special session, which I agree with, but I guess we need to get a vote here. But the special session would then just allow, we don't know what we're going to arrive at that evening that might want to cause us to vote. And if we called only a study session, we cannot take a motion and we cannot vote on it. So is that correct, Doug? Is that your issue?
Well, I think that we can, but I think it removes any ambiguity by just designating it as a special session.
Will not be here.
Councilmember Cernanek will not be here. Any other comments or concerns about taking part of that June 14th study session, executive session, and then just relabeling it a special session in case we have something? It gives it some flexibility that we would not have. It has not been seconded. It's still we're still trying to get the clarification.
The executive session is for the information from the attorney regarding the lawsuit.
The lawsuit, correct.
Okay. So we have Doug's motion. I think we have clarity what we're looking for. Do I have a second?
So you need a second for the special session?
Yes.
Yes.
So I have a motion and a second.
What
Do
are
I have
we-
discussion?
Well, what is the reason for the special session?
Well, for one thing, the attorney requested that we have an executive session if we're going to, or before we give her direction on what
Right,
to
I
do about the
understand
suit.
that.
So
What else?
you have to do an executive session from inside a normal meeting.
Right.
Since you have to do a motion and we're operating under the illusion that we can't make motions and take votes under study session, I just think it'll be clearer if we designate that as a special meeting.
So there's nothing else on the agenda except to go into exec session?
No, there is a meeting with LIFT and with the Planning Commission.
Right, but for the special meeting?
At this point in time, no.
Okay.
I do want to add in there, council, that we need to address how we got here and what we're going to do to prevent it from happening again. We have got to have that. We got to have it soon.
Well, that may come up next Tuesday.
All right.
So we have the motion and the second. Any further discussion? Ready to vote?
My understanding on an executive session is you need to clearly define going in what you're going to
At
talk
that time,
about.
at that
and I-
time, we would do that.
I misunderstood that, or did I, that we have not, I heard some ambiguity about what we were going to discuss.
What the requirement would be from a regular meeting, a motion would have to be made, I believe it's a supermajority, in order to go into executive session. If I'm correct on that.
It's a supermajority, but the attorney will formulate the specifics of the motion so that we comply with the law. I assume you'll do that.
Correct, I
She
prepare
will
the
provide
motion.
us.
Thank you.
So she'll provide Bill the motion that would clarify the limited focus of what that executive session is for. And just for everybody's recollection, you can't take an official action within the executive session. If there's an action that needs to be taken, you would come back out into the public session and then have to do it at that point. So it's another reason why it's a good idea to have it a special session.
So are we going to have a special regular meeting as well?
It'll be a,
Well,
part
it
of
might be
it.
a boring regular meeting, but it will be.
It's going to be called a special session, and we're going to do study, part of it's study and part of it's executive, and we have the ability to vote.
Gotcha.
And make
Yeah,
motions.
you misspoke when you used the word regular, and that's what,
Exactly.
yeah.
Okay.
Remove regular.
Sorry. Ready?
The vote is 6 in favor. The motion carries 6-1.
Okay.
Can I make my motion?
Okay,
You
so.
won't be here anyway.
So, and we had one more request for a motion when we completed the discussions from each of the council members, and that is yours.
Okay. I move to direct staff to present to council at its next regular meeting on July 5th, 2016, an emergency ordinance imposing a 90-day moratorium on the acceptance of any new land use applications for any property located within the B2 zoning district, and to provide council with a work plan on updating the B2 zoning regulations and a recommendation on extending the duration of a temporary moratorium.
Second. Mayor, given your previous discussion on the special meeting, we could pull together at least I'm not sure we can put the work plan together between now and next Tuesday, but we could get the emergency ordinance on the moratorium for next week if council is desirous of adding that to the special meeting.
Yeah, I think that would be fine. Amend motion to its next special meeting on June 14, 2016.
So you would have two action items on that, the
And now, has
executive
that-
session and the emergency
Wait,
ordinance.
Has that been seconded? Yeah, what?
What are we doing?
The moratorium.
Okay.
We'll get it.
So
Next
are
meeting.
you modifying that to be at the next meeting, June 14th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
And I agree.
clarity is, we'll look at this on June 14th. It's a motion that was presented, and you've read it into the record. I think it's pretty clear.
Yeah, and I'll give
It's
Wendy a
pretty clear.
copy.
I heard a second. Phil had seconded it, and Phil, are you seconding it with the clarification of the date?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second, any additional discussion? Okay, ready for a vote?
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, let me look at my agenda here and make sure.
Mr. Beckman, or Mayor Beckman, I have a motion as well.
Let's hear it.
This pertains to the design standards that I talked about earlier, and I'd like to move to add the following objective to the City Council goals and objectives: to update the city's development and zoning codes, including incorporating design standards into those codes to ensure the ability to implement community goals.
And this would address, just for clarification, this is the topic that you talked about during your
Yes.
comments.
Right.
And you're now directing staff, and would you repeat that again? I'm not going to try to repeat it, Bill, but we have to have it repeated for the record.
I move to add the following objective to City Council goals and objectives: to update the city's development and zoning codes, including incorporating design standards into those codes to ensure the ability to implement community goals.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Yes. We went through a process with the Planning Commission where we set priorities. I think we should stick to the priorities as much as possible. While I think this is an important thing, we are starting to backslide already on our priorities. I would recommend that we wait until the Planning Commission brings us back, or unless we see some other impending disaster, take it up at that point in time. Because any change like this is going to have to go through the Planning Commission. It'll interrupt their process. We've got issues with Inzer and Columbine Square and up and down Santa Fe. We're trying to get plans together.
So would you clarify, can I ask?
Go ahead.
It sounded like you're saying that this should go to the planning folks and then come to us.
Every code change should go through.
No, but I mean, so that would slow the process down. I mean, I'm not objecting to that, but it would bring it up through them to us.
And since we have assigned their priorities and clubbed them thoroughly to get them to move fast in a very nice and polite way, I think we ought to honor our own commitments as much as possible. Now, having said that, obviously, we're going to have a moratorium on this. We're going to be putting through some zoning changes to B2 exclusively. I think that the contingencies of the circumstances demand that, but I think that we should resist that as much as possible. That's my feeling on it. Not that I'm disagreeing with the concept or the need to do it.
I have a little bit different understanding. I recognize that we did establish some corridor study goals for planning, but planning's been working on code changes for some time, and I don't recall that we ever took that off their schedule. In fact, at that particular meeting, I made a point to say that the code changes remained a priority for us. They're not coming into every single meeting. They don't take the full time of every meeting, so they can be done kind of on parallel tracks as time allows. But I don't think that the code updates were going to be taken off the table for the priority of the corridor studies. That was more the comp plan update, corridor study update. That was my understanding. I don't.
And
Yeah.
here we have the problem with not making a motion that's specific and then voting on that when we make decisions. So at a meeting with Phil the other day, he has a different interpretation of what was decided. You have a different interpretation than
We
what
were
was
at
decided.
a breakfast with the planning board, so we
were-
weren't doing, that wasn't business meeting.
Well,
I mean, that wasn't an official meeting.
Could I speak to this motion instead of what was done in another format?
Hold on, just a clarification. In meeting with the chair of the planning board, she took very seriously the things that we directed to give them the priorities, and she was going to work that. I mean, so we gave it to her as a staff, on a staff level, she would have to, but she took it very seriously. So, it wasn't exactly a motion, that we couldn't have made a motion at the breakfast. It was to help her find ways to prioritize the work, and that was kind of the way it was done, Debbie, as I recall. It was, there was quite a lot of discussion narrowing it down to certain locations and whether they were going to be a neighborhood or a point or a corridor or all that kind of thing. So, but to Bill's issue, it is important that if it's a goal, it does not have to be met. It's not an ordinance. It's not a goal, though. It's a goal. If it's a goal, I would suggest, I'm not sure how you worded that, but it could be a goal. It could be, something we would like to see them try to attain, but it's not going to be written into an ordinance or a requirement as a resolution, really. We accept those goals and objectives by resolution, but it's a goal.
It is a goal. And, in that vein, though, I think that the design standards we already have. I mean, it's simply saying that we accept the community's work over the past done by the Planning Board, Historic Preservation, community groups that have been done over a long period of time that really are designed to reflect the community culture. And it, as I said earlier, in the case of something like the Grove, this motion would have helped that building comply with community standards without going through months and months and months, as we have in the past, trying to update all of the codes. We can take this, the motion speaks for itself, including updating the zoning codes, that incorporation of design guidelines is part of that as a goal. We don't have to do those one at a time. We can take one before the other, but it just moves it up. If the community believes in the work that's been done to develop design standards over the long term by the planning board and such, and that they are good ways to help our community develop it in the long term, then I think it's an easy thing to do at this point, to incorporate that. And it's not a long, elaborate process. The work has already been done.
One more
Just
comment.
real quickly. I think it's quite simple what Bill really just is wanting to do. The goals and objectives that we have from 2014 through 2015 had that as a goal in there. It didn't have the design objectives, but it did have that code objective in there. And their new ones, we did not put that in there. So this is just asking to add that to our 2016-17 goals and objectives with an inclusion of design consideration. That's it. Just that simple.
That's it.
Mayor?
Doesn't shift any.
Any more discussion?
I just want to make an observation. Now that we have a building that's not looking like what a lot of folks would like it to look like, it's not historic looking, it's not like the courthouse, it's not like a lot of other things, it's going to be a real challenge to have design standards, because what, at least in a certain area, what are you matching up to? It's like you can pick and choose. I mean, because...
No, that's not the way they work.
I know that,
Yeah.
but I'm saying, though, I just think this is a real interesting challenge. I just wanted to say that.
City Manager.
I just want to, on the heels of Councilmember Valdez's no action and the motion that's on the floor, I would encourage that you do move this forward. I think this conversation is exactly part of where some of the disconnect has occurred about, are we doing it or are we not doing it? And this is, I can't tell you off the top of my head unless I talk to our community development director how simple it is, but I think it is definitely doable within the work plan, and clearly is something that has to happen. The two in particular, I think Councilmember Hopping spoke of, was B2. That can be incorporated into the B2 amendments during the moratorium, and then the downtown design guidelines are doable in terms of incorporating them in, and I'm sure we can work with the planning chair and the planning director to make that happen.
So we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Normally, I would repeat the motion, but Bill, I don't know that I can repeat that motion. Do you have it written? Do you have it written down?
I do have it written.
Could you do that for me?
I'd be glad to repeat it. I move to add the following objective to the City Council goals and objectives. Update the city's development and zoning codes, including incorporating design standards into those codes to ensure the ability to implement community goals.
Ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor, with Councilmember Clark voting no. The motion carries 6-1.
Okay, are we, any other further business on council that would precede our ability to go to public comment and then comments and reports?
I think this belongs under, my comment belongs under
Okay.
general business. A few years back, we changed the planning commission to the planning board at the recommendation of the then attorney that we had, not the attorney that we have now. And for the life of me, I can't remember why we changed it to a planning board. I would like to change the planning board title back to the planning commission. Do you see an issue with that, city attorney?
Second.
We'll need to do a code amendment to do that.
Okay.
Second.
And we have a second, so any further discussion? of that?
Yeah, I'd like,
What's your thought?
if I could add on to my comment then, because the reason is, the Planning Commission has been that for so many years. Most people still refer to it as the Planning Commission. It just has a better, it has a better title for it. I like it. I'm sad that we ever changed it. I was against it when we changed it, and I would like to get it back.
Further comments?
It's the little things, isn't it, Jared?
It's the little things, the little
Okay,
ones.
you ready to vote?
So
Seconded, that's right.
Ready to vote?
this is to consider it or
No,
move
to do it.
To do it. Officially make the change.
We're just going to do it. We're done.
This would be to
Do it by
direct
ordinance.
staff to bring back
Bring
an
back an
ordinance to make
ordinance
the change.
to
yes.
do this, yes.
Okay, to bring back the
Put it on
ordinance.
consent so Doug can pull it.
Yeah. So let's just be clear. We're not making an ordinance because it takes a little more than that.
Correct, we'll have to take
We're
that to
directing
the
it to go-
planning board
yes.
and then we'll bring it to you, yes.
Cool.
equality.
Sorry. The motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Hopping voting no. Sorry, it was.
There's always one.
Trying to work.
There's always
Okay.
one up there.
It's pretty much keeping us on schedule. It's 10:02. This brings us to agenda item number 8, which is the second opportunity for public comment. Public comment's an opportunity for anyone to express opinions or ask questions that are not part of the public hearings. An immediate response should not be expected. Anyone who would like to speak during either one of those should fill out this green sheet. I do have a green sheet for the second hearings with some names on it. We expect comments to be civil. Disrespectful behavior will not be tolerated. And we have, if they're still here and interested, we have 4 people who have expressed on this list. Isabel Lopez, you are the first speaker.
Oh, okay.
Thank you again. Isabel Lopez. I was disturbed by an incident that took place at the last council meeting during the second break, and I wanted to ask a few questions about that. Since I was shocked at how that event unfolded and escalated, I do have several questions and/or comments. I think that it is true that sometimes city employees have to deal with citizens who are upset, angry, or just confused. So I'd like to ask if they are trained to deal with this kind of public in a calming and respectful fashion. The second question or comment that I have is the city manager not to be spoken to? And if this is true, citizens need to be so informed, as well as the consequences of speaking to him. I would say, however, that this would be an odd policy regarding a city employee. I think an escalated response is a problem. So is this the protocol for dealing with citizens? And if so, should it be changed to a de-escalation rather than an escalation protocol? And can training also be provided? I do believe that there was surely a better way to deal with that particular situation or any other similar situations that will arise. And I will write this out in an email and send it to the council since I would like to have a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. And just, there is some information available for you, so you should be able to get a response. The police chief and others have addressed that issue, so you should get that. Carol Brisiak, you are the next speaker.
I'm Carol Brezak. I still live in the 4th District. We've spoken before to this council about the limit of 3 minutes. Tonight, there were 6 agenda items that we were allowed 3 minutes to address. I would have spoken about 2 other agenda items, but I put all my 3 minutes in the item under general business. I'd like for you to think about being challenged to limit your discussion to 3 minutes, and perhaps reconsidering how this agenda is laid out and the opportunities that the public are provided to address this council, because right now, the way it's handled, it speaks to your lack of desire to hear from the public, which leads me right into the next. You keep talking about how did you get where you got tonight with the Grove? And part of it's because there's not very good communication. Phil, you did what you thought was a good idea. You went and sat down with the planning department. But you never once came and sat down with the citizens that came forward week after week with concerns. We had a city manager who promised to respond, and he didn't. So we got where we are tonight because the citizens have not been responded to. Believe me, citizens don't like doing this. It takes an enormous amount of time. We feel like we're having to do a job that we elected you to do. And when we come forward, and I think Betty's demonstration was perfect. She gave you 2.5 minutes of silence. We come forward, we address you, we ask questions. We're not asking them because we want to be here. We're asking them because we want answers, and we don't get them. So that would be a good place to start. Find a way to respond to citizens. When you have a group of citizens that have come forward week after week with an issue that's multifaceted and there's nothing in response, it led us to where we are tonight. Different subject. Last week I went to the little dog and pony show on the station area master plan. The consultants were presented, I think nice people, beautiful view graphs. We had little clickers we got to click. But there was a statement made by the consultant that had me concerned. He said that TOD was critical to the success of the station area plan at Mineral. Then they showed us pictures up on the screen, and they were all high-density TOD, and we got to click what we liked, what we didn't like. So I want you to know that when the results come forward to you, the only options we had to select from were TOD. Nobody mentioned open space. Nobody mentioned low-impact single-family housing. Nobody mentioned things that Littleton looks like right now. So I'm skeptical of the process. The last one, I got notice today, and I don't think I would ever celebrate the city losing a lawsuit, but I have to admit, I'm pleased that the county won the ag land lawsuit against the city. It's going to settle a lot of issues in the future. I hate that we had to spend the money to do it. It's again another one of those issues that citizens fussed about without being responded to. So for those that don't know, the county prevailed, and the agricultural land is not part of the Santa Fe Urban Renewal Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Craig Jewer, I believe it is.
You can call me that.
There you go. I'm sorry.
My own right.
Craig. I know it's Craig.
My name is Craig Jones. I'm the owner of Angelo's that's getting built next to the Breckenridge Brewery. And thank you, City Council, for letting me speak here tonight. But
Turn your mic up.
oh yeah, it's down here. I just wanted to talk about my own experience. I didn't know that how this was going to go down tonight, but I just wanted to talk about my own experience with the city and working with all the city employees here in this building. Pam Hall, I wouldn't be over there if it wasn't for Pam Hall calling saying, hey, you should open up a restaurant, next to the brewery. And we started this process. And I've lived in Littleton for 16 years. I'm really excited about opening up here this summer. But all the way from that front counter, Ernie has been fantastic. Jocelyn, Anastasia, Mark, Jim Redmond, Ernie, they all take time to answer questions for me, and they do go through the due diligence. This process took me, almost over a year to get to where we are today because of the due diligence that everybody participated in. And along that process, I remember how complicated it was to be able to get our neighbors to sign off on that, the Breckenridge Brewery and the Designs by Sundown, the city attorney and city manager helped mediate that. And I just the involvement that I had from every single person in this building, I'm very loyal to everybody here, obviously, because of that. And I look forward to being that loyal to every single person here. I wish I had pizza. If I knew it was going to last this long, I had pizza here for everybody.
So do I.
But the fire department, everybody upstairs, Weaver and Mr. Ireland, it's just, these are things, I've opened up restaurants for the last 20 years, and this one here, you'll see my face in there a minimum of 40 hours a week for the next 2 years. But you don't get this much participation in most cities that I've worked in, from Iowa through California. And I just want to say that I want to thank everybody here. That's all. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. The last speaker I have is Deborah Gallegos.
Hello, again, I'm still Deborah Gallegos, and I still live on Bemis Street. I wanted to address a couple of things that I thought were not clearly addressed earlier, but luckily Doug Clark did a great job of going over those. A few of the things that remain are specifically the traffic impact and the life and safety issues on Bemis with this Grove development. I think some of the specifics of what are in that neighborhood are being entirely ignored, i.e. all the traffic and events that we have at Stern Park, what happens during Western Welcome Week. You've got the Pea Patch, you've got weddings at the Rose Garden, and then you also have so many people with canes trying to make their way down Bemis Street to get to the Center for the Blind. Don't forget all the things that are already happening on that street that need to be considered. The other thing was when you asked the question to the attorney about the zoning, and she only referred to the B2, completely ignoring the R3. That little R3 lot is directly across the street from me and used to have a really nice family that lived there. They were bought out by the developer for over $500,000, and earlier this year, within 24 hours, that residence was demolished. So there's no house on that lot because it was demolished so that it could be conglomerated to have a larger development and a larger profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Frank Atwood.
Good evening. My name is Frank Atwood. I happen to be I live in District 3 and happen to be an advocate for approval voting.
4.
And
Frank, you live in 4.
Say again?
You live in District 4.
District 4. Thank you. Thank you.
Just moved.
Details. But coming back to approval voting, I'm decided that there's 3 ways to get approval voting through Littleton. One way is through the Election Commission. The other is a statute change through City Council. And the third is an initiative through the voters. And look forward to pushing that. As the T-shirt says, approval voting is vote for one or more candidates. The candidate with the most votes wins. We're currently trying a new MIM for the concept of saying that approval voting is a show of hands with paper ballots. When friends want to stay friends, they do a show of hands and let you vote for more than one candidate. And I think that will help our voting here in Littleton, and if successful here, will expand nationally. And the idea behind approval voting is that For major factions, fewer spoilers and less sabotage. For minor factions, more viability and visibility. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. That completes all the names that I have on the second public comment. Looking around, I don't see anybody else. That brings us to the last item, I believe, on our agenda. Hold on a second, I don't have my agenda anymore.
City manager comment.
There we go. We have one more person for the public comment.
Hi, I'm Teresa Tucker. I live in District 3. I have 4 comments. One is, I feel it's sad when developers feel staff loyalty and the citizens don't. One is, I live near a roundabout. The weeds are more than a foot high, going to seed. Stopped a city worker, and he said, oh, they have a schedule that they do that on. And I said, well, obviously the schedule isn't working because they are going to seed. And that's upsetting to me because I know that if I have it on my property, I would get a ticket. The other thing is I am dismayed that the signs in downtown Littleton that don't meet the code now are going to have a code change after the fact. That's not the way things should be done. And number 3, I'm sorry for the merchants who feel that additional people are needed to support them. Our city should be citizens first. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 9 on our agenda is comments and reports. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We are after 10:15, which was your end goal date. So I just want to say that, yes, I am accessible and happy to meet with anyone and talk to anyone about anything. And I think part of it is an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in. I do believe that based upon the staff review of this, the attorney's involvement in that, and I rely on them to review the code. We have talked for years about what the code needs and the code changes on it. I just want to emphasize that we as city employees do our best to provide the service to this community, and we value that. We understand what the issues are in here, and a lot of what I have heard internally from the staff is not how it's been described from Councilmember Clark. I'm certainly entitled to each and every person's opinion about interpretation of the code, but I think that the folks who reviewed this did it with a well-intentioned approach of looking at the code and looking at other components of the code to see how do you take advice on things like building unit, residential unit rather. And so just Jocelyn Mills, Mark Ralph, Christian Sladorn do their best to do that review, and everyone works hard to interpret that code. And we found a lot of things. I mean, one of the great components of Jocelyn doing the work was she has a lot of issues around the interpretation of the code, the formatting of the code. That work has been going on through Clarion. We met, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, with the planning board to discuss the subdivision concept of the changes, and I think that conversation went very well with the planning board. That's going to come back to them with the actual code changes, and ultimately that will be back before the city council for amendment. So none of us are in a situation that we are comfortable and enjoying, and this code has been in place, as you've heard, for decades, and we're really doing our best to interpret it. We do have new staff looking at it. We've got I don't know that I can say Kristen is a new city attorney here, but a different interpretation than we may have had in the past. And so we're committed to bringing those changes forward. I appreciate Councilmember Hopping's motion to provide clear direction to the staff and the planning board on that front. So just want to thank you for that and remind everyone we're doing our best to make this community a fantastic place. We all love this community and are part of this community.
Council reports. Shall we start with Peggy?
Yeah, I'm freezing to death, so I'd like us to close up shop and get out of here. I mean, it's a little hurricane of, no.
Pass.
Pass?
Next.
Pass.
Okay, I got to pass, okay.
Oh.
Jerry, no, go ahead, I'll take your
That's
pass.
okay.
Jerry.
Thank you, Mayor Beekman, or is it Beckman? I did that for you.
That's how it all started.
That's how it all started. That's right, thank you. At the museum, we have new piglets over there, and get out there and check out. They have stripes, and ask the staff why they have stripes. I know why, but I'm not going to tell you. Get over there and find out for yourself. Let's see, my other item is...
They've been crossed with zebras.
The racing page.
I'm moving right along. I've made this suggestion in the past. I really want to get the BAC committee going again. That's the Business Advisory and Industrial Committee, whatever the heck it stands for again. I can't remember. I really would like to get that on one of our study sessions or something, that we reinstitute that thing again. That's it.
The Business Industry Affairs Committee.
There you go. It's late in the day. You're not that cold.
Further comments?
Got it noted, and we'll add it to the list.
Thank you for those folks that are also business owners that are here, Sudi and Craig particularly. And the First Friday Art Walk was this past week, and I know there was a lot of people downtown, so hopefully they stop by your shop too, Sudi, in that. A couple of other things that happened recently was the Big Wonderful, which was the weekend before. I know that the vendors and the folks that came in really enjoyed being at Geneva Lake Park and the shade that was there. I was impressed with a lot of the families that came out in Littleton, and unfortunately, Friday it kind of rained, so I'm not sure whether that's going to be typical as we take a look at this. And over the last couple of weeks, have attended a number of legislative updates. In fact, had another one at lunch today with regard to the past Colorado legislative session, and it's interesting. I think there's 100 legislators that are down there, and there's probably 103 different opinions as to how the latest session went. So that was fairly interesting, and do want to appreciate the volunteers that are on our boards and commissions, whether they call it planning board or planning commission. Either way is fine with me. But thought that we had a good time, and I know that there's a lot that we can't do, and then I've tried to talk to folks, and I probably have about 3 coffees a week and sitting down with people. So hope to continue that. And after I finish my bike ride next week, I'm going to get back on the path of having some town halls. So thank you.
I just wanted to ask a question of the city manager. A lot of things have, during tonight's conversation about the report that wasn't released until, what was it, the 2nd or 3rd of June? Just the last week or so. Is there any particular reason that took so long?
I'm going to turn past that to the city attorney, but I think the real reason was we fully intended to do that, and then based upon, and again, I'll turn it to the attorney, but the threat of the legal action against the city, and it was her recommendation that we not release that. So I'll turn it over to her.
Just because of pending litigation, there were legal considerations about providing a detailed analysis, and then the fact that this could go in front of the Board of Adjustment, and wanting to keep the record very clean so that the Board of Adjustment can evaluate this the way that was done this evening, and making sure that we ensure, an impartial, fair hearing in front of the Board of Adjustment, and whatever decision they make is defensible. That they have not been, influenced by these hearings. So.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, anything further?
No, that's
Okay,
it.
that brings it to me. I just have one comment is on the 3-minute time limit. So I think at some point, maybe a year ago, we decided we'd do at the beginning and at the end and make 2 opportunities to speak. At one time prior, we had it at the end, and that was felt to be really tough, waiting all the way through these things. We still have something at the end, and I think it's still tough waiting it through. I am willing to do whatever it takes to facilitate the use of everybody's time and the ability to speak. It's in our rules right now that we have the 2 meetings. So I just say to council, just give me your input, and maybe we'll at some point change those sooner than later. But I also have no magic on, in my opinion, for the 3-minute time limit. I'm not sure what the discussion was when we went to that. I think it may have been the 2 sessions. But regardless, it certainly could be 4 minutes, and I would not have a problem with trying to manage the time and anything else. It's just what seems to be what works best for the citizens, and it could be at the beginning and not at the end. I'm open to all that. So council members, get with me. I'm going to come up with a recommendation to change the time to 4 and move to the beginning, but I just want to hear if there's any comments, because we got to this point because of issues, so I don't want to not recognize that. With that, I don't have any other comments. I think we're adjourned. 10:27.